and then 12 mushrooms, also for scrappy level 5. For lemons, apricots, and olives, the best spot that I found is on the Blue Gate map, the olive grove down here in the south. Relatively low
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Ark Raiders digital scammers counter so far, so anyone got good advice about stream artifacts.
With some yellowish leaves among the green leaves on them. These are generic fruit trees. There can be fruit on the ground under them, and a lot of them you have an interact prompt when you walk up to them, which lets you kick them and knock down some extra fruit to pick up. For the olives, you're after these like grayer trunk trees, these darker trees with a darker green foliage on them, and these work exactly the same, but for olives. Sometimes olives will be on the floor around them, sometimes you need to kick the tree to get some olives to drop down. Generally speaking though, the olive grove is super rewarding for this stuff, and then once you have what you are after, I recommend the forest air shaft for your actual escape. Just over here, it is slightly farther than the one over here, the overlook air shaft, but it's a much less traveled route, and so a much safer place to actually leave. Then we've got prickly pears specifically, and these are quite particular. There's only 2 maps I'm aware of actually even having spawns for these. There are some cactus on Dam Battlegrounds, but the best spot for this by a good margin is on the Buried City map. Right here, all the way at the bottom in the south, you can see this like smaller foliage amongst the big patch of trees, and this patch here is a massive grouping of cactus. On average, I find 1 or 2 prickly pears per raid that I went here. One of my friends said he once found 4 in this spot in one raid, so this will get you the required amount of these very, very quickly. Check on the ground in between all of the cacti, then you have the Southern Station subway extract to go through here, very close, and it's pretty much the safest one on the map.
Welcome to...
This is basically just a few more things you can craft for your settlement, and some arena fighting. May 2016, and we get the first proper expansion, Far Harbor, and this is actually decent. Bethesda have clearly taken in some feedback here, because it includes actual RPG elements and is decently written. Let's just ignore that one quest there. They then released 2 more workshop DLCs, exciting stuff. Then the second full expansion, Nuka World, releases in August. Again, this expansion is good. The season pass was shaping up to be a pretty good buy. Wait, this was the last DLC? So that was 2 actual expansions, a small quest line, and then some tiny crafting DLC. Fans are pretty pissed.
People will buy anything. That doesn't mean...
Despite the issues, the game sells insanely well. Todd had done it again. And Fallout goes mainstream. Mass appeal. And hundreds of millions are conjured yet again. Todd gets suited and booted, and heads to the Game Awards, ready to sweep up yet again. But once he gets there, something feels different. The atmosphere. It's off. Todd has some white wine, and dips into the salmon pinwheel. It's fine. It's probably nothing. And the lights dim, and there
We've had to build our topside infrastructure in stages.
The best RPG.
Our engineers keep being chased off by one danger or another.
The winner is The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
What? Developer of the Year.
Developer of the Year goes
I've been
to
pestering Tianwen for a while now,
CD
trying to get her to
Projekt
help
Red.
out around here. Her customer service is questionable,
Game of the
but she's a
And the
wizard with
winner
a wrench.
for Game of the Year 2015 is The Witcher 3.
What? Outrage. Todd Howard snubbed. He leaves and gets cracking on his next game. This thing was going to be a masterpiece. The consistent regression of their games, definitely noted, but Bethesda still has a generally tremendous reputation. In a market currently setting its sights exclusively on your mother's credit card.
Hello?
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 Good evening, sir. I'm calling from your credit card component.
Bethesda had stuck it out, remained single player, and actively avoided egregious monetization. Mostly. One of the few decent gaming companies left. But around 2016, and even this begins to change. In October, Bethesda Software Works decides to make
Let's go to the Olive Grove. Apollo here. Gate still standing, Raider? there before they could finish up. Let's go to the Olive Grove.
Hello. Guys. Hello. Anybody knows where to find like one lemon and couple of grapes? What was it?
Go with me.
Ah, okay. So watch out for snitches, from what I see.
The fruit tree. You find lemons.
Yes.
And use on the tree.
Oh, thanks. Hello.
Like this.
Uh-huh.
Hello, Raider!
Don't shoot!
Hello. Oh, I got 3 apricots. If I find some more, I'll give you. I got 1 apricot spare. Yeah, you need 3 of them, from what I know. Yeah, I found olives, no lemon. Ah, on the ground. Yeah, thanks. Hey. I need 1 lemon, but that's fine. You wanna extract?
Oh, and loot another.
Okay, okay, man. Good luck. Good luck. Don't die.
You too. You have to go.
Yeah, take care.
Head home at the forest air shaft.
Hey, don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Dude, if you wanna get in, quickly. Quickly. I can wait for you. كانت وين؟ ايش طب؟ والله نيت Oh, jebote, ali nemam.
I've just so happened to.
Hey. There you go.
out review copies a few days or even weeks before games come out. This is so they have enough time to actually play the game before writing an entire review on it for launch day. For longer, single-player games like the ones Bethesda Softworks publish, this is pretty important. But Bethesda now reckons, nah, let's just send review copies out one day before. So everyone, including those in the media, get to experience under the rug until everyone had already bought the game. This is obviously quite controversial, and after releasing a couple of games under this, they backpedal. Also, around the same time, a tiny indie developer was developing
It may be just what we need to get her to pull her weight.
Don't shoot!
Hey, hello. What's up? Hey, I'm. Wait. I can give you something for free. I'm gonna turn my back to you. Yeah, there you go. It's a free blueprint. Good luck.
Oh, thank you, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. I already got it. No point in, like, you know, saving it for myself for nothing.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Yeah, good luck on looting.
Good luck, man.
Nah. Hello, friendly here. I saw you running around. Is that the same guy? Hey, yeah. Hello. Hey, do you know where the refinery is? Oh, found it. If you want loot, there is what's it called? The case right here at the depot. Yeah. I got some loot at the depot. It's I really just care about the lemons. I came here to find some lemons. Okay, let me just open it. I'm not gonna take anything. And you can take, yeah, you got a shotgun here. Yeah, take it. Good luck. Don't die. No. What if I do? Oh my god.
Hey, don't shoot!
Hello. Coming forward. Yeah. Wait, a bandage? I mean, this is ridiculous at this point. Eh.
Don't shoot! don't shoot!
We have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left.
Thanks.
Go find a way home. I repeat,
Hey, don't
5
shoot!
minutes.
Shoot!
2 minutes left. Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Hey, don't shoot! Hey, don't shoot!
Hello. Yeah, go to the other one, quickly. Other console, trust me. Yeah, GG man, GG. Good luck. There you go.
MLWK. Welcome to my channel.
Hello. Bunch of bullcrap anyway. Oh, looting, not shooting. That's not a gameplay, eh? Maybe. Maybe.
Sorry, busy day. Excellent.
Flipping a small game called Pray for the Gods. Zenimax hears about this and comes knocking. Nice name you got there, pal. But turns out, we already have a game with the word pray in the title. Nothing personal. They're forced to change the Zenimax have come knocking down too. Same result. Also in 2016, Todd has a surprise for us. It had been 2 years since Fallout 4.
southern station. Don't shoot!
Hello. I'm going out with 1 lemon looted, so good luck, man. Good luck. Wait, do you need a raider hatch key? Where are you? I got a free raider hatch key. Wait, take it. I'm leaving normally, yeah. Good luck, have a blast. Take care.
I owe you. Thank you.
You got it.
Over here.
Da-da-da-da-dum. 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 Da-da-da-dum. Hey kids.
The players are starting to get hungry once more, and lucky for us, Todd and the boys had something in store. Another edition of Skyrim. That was on top of Skyrim Legendary Edition back in 2013, Skyrim VR Edition, which would release in 2017, and Skyrim Nintendo Switch Edition shortly after that. Fans are overjoyed. That's not all. The Special Edition replaces the original Skyrim listing on Steam. It also changes the game from 32-bit to 64-bit, meaning every single mod is now automatically broken and needs updating. It's not all bad. They announce mods on consoles. They also announce paid mods for all platforms. The Creation Club. It was simple. Slide some cash over to modders to create a mod that already exists on the Nexus for free. Create their own currency with predatory pricing models. And then sell these mods to players through it. The first few creations are simply jaw-dropping. An $8 Chinese stealth suit, pretty much identical to the one in the base game of Fallout 3.
Take the hospital metro entrance.
Don't shoot!
Don't shoot!
Yes. So these are the spawns. Good luck, man.
Alo,
E,
a kakve su to reklame?
za?
Ko je sad za tebe vići?
Nije to reklama. Nego MTS je kupio onu, kako se zove, Battle.net.
Ko?
MTS. MTS, mobilna telefonija Srbije, MTS, mobilna telefonija Srbije, znaš, njima plaćamo račun za televiziju, a prije smo njih uzimali internet. E sad, su oni uspjeli da se utale, da se sad njima plaća ovo, nevjerojatno.
Pješavaju u visu tiku.
Ma gluposti, jedni drugima otimaju par. Ne buzi.
Don't shoot! Head home at the Western Station.
Wait a minute.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Hey, don't shoot!
Guy, train is coming. Anybody wants to get in, say it loud.
Don't shoot!
What can I do?
Gear up or get moved.
I've been pestering Tianwen for a while now, trying to get her to help out around here.
We've had to build our topside infrastructure in stages. Our engineers keep being chased off by one danger or another.
because it only has one entrance and a nice traveled route, and so here it is spot for this by a good margin is on the Buried City map. For these, there are some cactus on Dam Battlegrounds, but the best spot, two maps I'm aware of, Eve. Then we've got prickly pears specifically, and these are quite particular. There's only 2 maps I'm aware of actually even having spawns for these. There are some cactus on Damn Battlegrounds, but the best spot for this by a good margin is on the Buried City map. Right here, all the way at the bottom in the south, you can see this like smaller foliage amongst the big patch of trees, and this patch here is a massive grouping of cactus. On average,
for free, and also currently available on the Nexus for free. And look, horse armor again. Brilliant. 2018. It's rumored that Todd is working on a massive, brand new IP. Their first in 25 years, called Starfield. So naturally, we're probably not going to hear much from him for a while. But then, on May the 29th, another countdown appears. This time on Bethesda's own Twitch. On it, the words, "Please stand by." My god, it's happening again.
It's happening! Everybody stay calm! What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm!
And then, there it is.
Have we waited long enough, guys?
Wait, what was this? It was only 3 years since the last Fallout. Could this be the massively anticipated New Vegas sequel? Perhaps Fallout 5 skipped the queue. Speculation goes wild.
Everything on this wall is connected.
Let's move to that location. Hey, don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Hello, dude, hello. Neither did I. Ha ha. Oh, somebody's extracting, I see. Nice. Don't die there on the roof, dude.
Hey, don't shoot!
Do you know where I can find some cacti, man? Yeah, it's fun. Where I can find some cacti, you know, for the rooster. Okay, it's good.
Yes.
Good luck, man.
Head home at the train station hatch.
Can I help you with something, man? Do you need some specific loot?
Hey, don't shoot! Okay.
Are you looking for car pieces? You got a hood here to open if you want. If you're looking for quest, I think you're looking for this. The trash cans. Are you looking for a sabotage? Yeah, if you're on a quest, you might want to do this.
Hey, Raider.
Yeah. Hello, hello. You got a stash right here, man. Behind the here. Okay, let's look for that. The fuck is cactus? No.
Kuo. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, man. Bunch of nothing. Thanks.
Let's go to that location. Ah.
Is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
town hatch.
Yeah.
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Let's head home at the Old Town hatch.
Yeah, is there anybody here? Anybody wants to exit via the hatch? Hello, folks. Oh yeah.
Regardless, the next day, the countdown drizzles down to 0, and the world sees the next Fallout for the very first time. Excitement, although people still don't really know what it is they're excited for. June 10th, it's E3. Todd charges on stage, and we get some actual details of the game.
Fallout 76 is entirely online. All new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology. It is 4 times the size of Fallout 4. 16 times the detail. Of course you can play this solo. You'll never even see a server when you play.
This all sounded brilliant. An online PvP base building survival game. The collector's edition looks promising too.
And it also comes with a Fallout collectible that really I've always wanted, so we made them for everybody to buy, and here it is.
Okay, no. But we do get a helmet, a map,
that glows in the f***ing dark,
and some army figures, alongside a canvas bag. It's also the perfect time to tease Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6, 2 games that are around 5 and 10 years out from launch respectively. But anyway, this thing's coming out on November the 14th, and that was just 5 months away. Bethesda had held a beta a couple of weeks before launch for people who'd pre-ordered the game, and things start out rough. By this point, Bethesda weren't exactly known for the structural integrity of their software, and they decided to launch the game exclusively on their brand new Bethesda launcher, made in-house by Bethesda's best. Just go to their website, download it, slurp up the 45 gigabytes of game files, and in around a week's time when the beta's unlocked, just hit play. Simple enough. And players do exactly this, but turns out, for some, upon pressing the play, the launcher deletes the entire game instantly. Bethesda releases an emergency statement telling players to stay calm and not to touch anything. They're working on it. And then promptly deletes the tweet. Things are off to a good start. Also, the YouTubers. They're uploading videos. They're not good. They say the game is running horrifically.
I couldn't get the game to run smoothly. I had tons of FPS issues and tons of stutters.
Even on NASA tier PCs, and that bugs are everywhere. But fans disagree. The dislikes come in hard and fast. Bethesda would obviously fix everything before release. This is a beta after all.
Right.
However, this is a beta about 3 weeks out from launch. Fans close YouTube and head over to Twitch, where Rick and Morty are streaming the game.
I know I'm naked, but just come help me out. No funny business.
Everything was gonna be okay. 14th of November 2018, and the world is blessed with Fallout 76. And after downloading a day 1 patch bigger than the game itself, players boot up and step out into what would be
An untamed and very different wasteland.
Todd had made some grand promises, and the follow-through was nothing short of incredible. Voluptuous size, and the detail simply eye-watering. However, Fallout 76's development was handed to a newer, relatively inexperienced Bethesda team in Austin, with the main Bethesda Maryland just designing and overlooking the development of the game. And turns out, this new team decided to forego bug testing entirely, and on launch, Christ.
Oh my god!
There are frozen enemies,
It's a glitch!
flying enemies, invisible enemies,
Hello?
naked enemies, upside down naked enemies, invincible players,
Shot. Or not. I could get the damage bug.
pop-ins, rendering issues,
16 times the detail.
random god rays, T-poses, server crashes,
Hey, bye, bitch. Told you.
and muscle man. Animations are also off. There's a ton of exploits, and so much more.
What the f is going on?
The year is also 2018, and Bethesda's newest AAA game is capped at 60 frames per second, even on PC. Naturally, players are quite annoyed, so they dig into the game files and start tinkering. And in a mere few minutes, they figure out a simple fix. However, turns out the cap's there for a reason, because turn it off, and time and space itself speeds up and destabilizes. This is because the game world's physics are actually tied to the frame rate of the game. Head over 100, and your character becomes the Flash. This bug has been in Bethesda's engine code dating back to Morrowind, and it's one of the many bugs modders have repeatedly fixed on their own, almost instantly after release, only for every following game to reintroduce it. There's also still no FOV slider, so PC players dig into the game files again and do it themselves. But turns out, the UI is tied to the field of view here. Change this, and the UI elements are just gone. Push to talk? Sorry, not this time. Proximity chat is either permanently off or always on, the latter by default, meaning you'll be hearing the cries of children and screams of mothers in the distance fairly often. There's also no text chat, and on PC, you can barely remap the horrific controls. The game itself, also quite lacking. As was now well established, bug fixes and patches for Bethesda games had been outsourced to modders for free. But for Fallout 76, Todd decided to outsource the actual content too.
My personal favorite part of Fallout 76 is when they create their own fun.
See, Bethesda had so much of their team working on the detail,
16 times the
that developing actual things to do in interactable NPCs simply not possible. And the game features absolutely no human characters, only other players. But it's alright, other players will take the place of NPCs, Todd reassures her. With no NPCs in the game, naturally, the quests are terrible. The main quest line basically boils down to following the trail of someone's vlogs across the map. Okay, at least there's the side quests, stuff like find Steve. Oh, Steve's dead. Thank God he left his TikTok behind for us to watch.
The war is over.
Puta došao peške. Nije bilo poginulih, ja? No. Imaš čaj od divlje trešnje, imaš jagodu sa ukusom vanile, ima nana sa medom, nano i... Ovo je nano. Ima i ovaj lime, pa mu dođe lipa. Lipa ima vrlo tipičan ukus. Ej, vas dvojica, što ima? Oć! Znate što, ja sam onda skinuo ugovor sa NTS-om da potpišemo sa kako zove, on drugom mrežom, Deltanet. E sad je NTS kupio Deltanet.
A što je bilo prije?
Pa nisu imali ovi, znaš da su, znaš da sam ja tražio da uzmem optički internet. I sad mi je poslao.
Alo? Već ti dobro prebrojavaš pare svoje, prebrojih ti dobro. Ja meni napisao na kovertu 81.000, ja brojim sve po 2000, ima 80.000, kako moguće ovo druž. Ne, prebroj ti za svaki slučaj. Ajde.
Šta hoćeš od 1. decembra 1995. plaćanje računa za uslugu isključeno tekući račun Telekoma Srbije. Kad se Telekom nam posle. Jeboj Telekom.
A ti si raskinuo Vodskinu, a oni su kupili Beotelnet, jel? Da stoji. Jel?
Upravo to.
Znači, nema bežanja.
Gluplje ne može biti. Onda su bili povećali cijene svim usluga, znaš, u MTS-u.
No.
Onda sam ja tražio...
Šta ćeš ti, ne znam, šta bi se...
Ti si uzao jednu tu, što ne uzeš jednu tu,
To mi je majka dala, ne znam odakle to.
Od mene.
To mi je majka još prije 2 dana.
Ja sam bio uzao kutiju toga, znaš, u prodavnici.
Nego nisam ni koristio ja na
A nema veze.
Imaš gore 2 u 1, brate.
Neću, imam ja ovdje isto. Rekao da nisi možda uzao prodavnici taj.
Nisam.
Ako se setiš, uzmi kutiju toga, verujem. Nije u firmi. Znaš da prvo se popije sva ta kafa seriš. Sad ne znam ko pije tačno, ima na skladu. Gledao sam ove stale kafe, sve imaš još uvijek, a prvo ti ne stane taj Irish Cream kafa. Dobro, ima ljudi koji piju, ne znam, toplu čokoladu i to. Ima ako ne piju uopće nijedno od tih instant kafa, nego piju samo one... Turska. Crna kafa. Nemaš, nije turska nego crna. Turska kafa. Nije burek, nego sirnica. Nije burek, nego burek s mesom. Ne, nemaš burek sa sirom, nego sam imaš samo burek s mesom. Kaže, kako da znaš da si došao u Bosnu? Pa tako što si viču, nemaš burek, nego burek.
Sićo! Šta su zakinuli po jedan dan, svi? Kako?
Kako zakinuli?
A?
Fali petiljara. Prvo sam izračunao da fali 4 i ja sad došao kući i otvaram kuvert, piše na 0,81 i ono vidim se po 2000. Znači mora biti ili 82 ili 80. I ono 80, fali 1000.
Dobro izgleda. Daj mi daj.
Moj brast.
Ne, sve dobro.
Ja sam dobio na račun nepunih 12.000.
Evo ti vrijeme.
I dobio sam 80 u kuvertu. To ti je 92.000 rekao. A tada dobijem 97.
A to ti za... To je terno, kako?
Da.
A što uključuješ tamo kad nema uzemljenja? Jedino tamo nema uzemljenja.
A gdje da ga uključi?
Gdje ima uzemljenja?
Zato što ako nisi primetio slučajno, ja da ga isključim uvijek čuje kao što si primetio, ako ne izgori za to. Nisi primetio, ovo diže u vodenu formu.
A dižala tamo ili ovamo isto?
A nije isto, to što je mnogo visočiji plafon. Na razlike.
A ne možeš ga staviti na pod da bude ništa.
A sve ćemo napostaviti. Mogu se s tobom svađati. Ili isključeno.
A ko je?
Vidiš?
Nije isključeno, nije stvarno isključeno.
Nema veze.
To mora da radi sa šukom. Sa uzemljenjem.
Evo ga, radi sa šukom.
Zato se kvari. A ti ne znaš ništa, tebe glava šuplja.
Ja, znaš šta je rekao ovaj poslovni? Kaže, falim petiljara. A kao da, fali si ima po jedan dan, kao, nije mi to kao Excel dobro povukao liniju, kaže, 10 sati kao si ima fali. Znači, znaš kak priča, presmišno. A ome, čuješ me i fali...
Kao nije mu pisao dnevnice za taj dan, šta?
Kao Excel, znaš, ono, vratno, ono, tabelama vodi evidenciju, razumiješ? I kao nije mu povukao liniju, kao...
Dobro, ćemo platiti, to će. Ali to je kao bilo fora da vas probaju.
Čuš, općina bre raspala.
Nije to on izvodi iskupiješ, da si iskupiješ?
Ma on dobije pare, ćale radno na gomilu. Kamera para, druža.
Da, on svakome...
Nek uštine svakom 1000. No 30 nas. 30.000 čovječ. A on uštinuo po 4-5.
Vjerojatno ti.
Možda se zaigra, možda je išao...
Rešit ćemo.
Zaigrao se, bravo.
To je nešto kaže ono kao...
Greška.
Na tabela vodi i kao nije dobro povukao liniju.
Ja se bojim da on ne zna gdje je došao.
Probaj, Ilija.
Što da ne? Probaš ako uspije spijeti.
Ome 4, ome 5 i kaže, a ti ko si ima kao fali dan? Fali sam, ti uzeo...
Ni.
Svakoga pomogu.
Ma ni, jebi on to radi.
Kad podižeš svoje tijelo na ruke. To si gibaj. Pa, to ti je to. Kljunasto pomično merilo se nanio sam. Jebalo ih. Kljunačno pomično merilo se nanio sam. Ili ti, kako se zove onaj, na nemačkom. Nije španer.
Kako sam usadio, ne hoću sad jeti. Ajde vidi. Po prvi put sad bacam dolje drenaž. Dvoje kolica sam bacio dolje i gore. Pola dolje, pola gore. I bacio sam u džugar kolica. I one žice, one opaljene, ali glisa i... Sve se izbacio. Da vidim. Zelica. Bio je Peko, pričao mi kako su prase. Peko. Si čuo? Ali to je nakon, ovo nije mi Mirko detaljist. Jes, Mirko mi je rekao da uvano na kraju su pisali pivo. Ja optenio se Mitrović i da, optenio djeca. I na kraju Željko je vada popio taj, on je to većički dio. Vera nešto malo, a glava, znam gdje otišla. Kod glava Šekuć. Kod Vasa Vulju, komšija. I kaže, ne pred togu. I bolio. 2 sata je na WC. Tako je bilo neđe prije neku godinu. Isto je to bilo polivase. I onaj koga zbrla, mora napraviti 3 WC u kuću.
Ali ono me neće, kovačnica, čuškovačnica.
Ja. Kako je on, ono čas smo zakvat svinje, opekao se. I ono meso, se ono kina, vrata, i ona na roštilj. I on poluživo jede, onako, nispršeno. Valjda je tako ne. Poluživo. Neispečeno.
Kao krvavi onaj, oni kažu bloody stick.
Da, sve kaže otvorirano prase. Kad su ga ispekli i oko kosti krvavo je samo crve, znaš. Oni vatru. Daj ugalj, daj drva, daj ovo, daj ovo. Alo? Šta radiš?
Soldier, where is your power armor? That suit is gonna come out of your pay. Now get out of my face and don't come back until you look like a soldier!
Fantastic. The game features PvP, but the PvP is horrific. Instead of simply adding PvP and PvE servers, Todd attempts to toe a tight middle ground and makes it so 2 players have to shoot each other before either can do any actual damage. Shoot someone that hasn't shot you back yet, and you may as well be shooting blanks. And the graphics, still not great.
Beautiful, stunning, 2018, magnifique.
It's not all bad. There are some cool things here, like dropping nukes, but drop more than 1 at a time and the servers will implode.
You'll never even see a server when you play.
The launch codes are also the same for every server and change once a week. Just spent countless hours getting all 8 pieces. You could have just googled them. The building is alright, but the build limit is extremely restricted, and all you can really do is build crafting stations, a bed, and storage.
Please don't tell anyone how I live.
Storage that is, again, extremely restricted. They end up raising it by 50% after a huge number of complaints, but they say they can't do any more due to server performance issues. So the game itself, not smooth. But the one thing that does work perfectly on launch is the new in-game shop, the Atomic Shop. Come in and browse such luxuries as a set of power armor with some paint slapped on for just $20. Deal.
Are you f***ing serious?
Do you like $7 digital fridges? Do you like the outfits you got for free in our last game? Great, come in and spend some money. Naturally, at first, there are pay-to-win concerns around this store. But Todd comes out. It's alright. You can earn the currency in-game, the purchases would fund the upcoming free expansions for the game, and most assuring of all, the Atomic Shop is and would stay
to my channel.
cosmetic only, so that PvP would stay completely balanced and fair. We're definitely not asset flipping Fallout 4 and selling it back to you for dozens of dollars, and there are absolutely no fake discounts and law-breaking price schemes. Nice. Time to get spending. Naturally, the game doesn't make it a few days before discounts appear. The game starts at $60. Within just 1 week, a third of that is nixed. 50% sales not long after that. Alongside the discounts, hordes of fans had been requesting refunds. Initially, Bethesda had given in, but now, no more. Some people had even promised them, only to have Bethesda backtrack the next day. See, if this was on Steam, they'd have to give the green light for these. But here's the thing. It's on that old launcher of theirs. Check and mate. But then come murmurs of a class action lawsuit, and they backtrack immediately. So the game is absolutely horrendous, and naturally, the sales are too. Also, no Game Awards, not even a nomination, and a whopping 2.6 on Metacritic. Right boys, should probably do something here. They can't rely on modders to fix the game this time round, so Bethesda gets to work on actual patches, and after a few months, Fallout 76 slowly morphs into something resembling a playable game. Also, the boys in Bethesda's R&D department had been working round the clock. And by the end of 2018, was that an FOV slider? Widescreen? Even push to talk? What was happening? Despite the progress, there are some bugs they just can't quite crack. Also, a teleportation exploit using cameras, hackers finding a way to spawn in weapons, armor, and other objects into the game, even NPCs and stuff from other games.
Bethesda just does not have the infrastructure in place that allows them to deal with situations like this efficiently.
These hackers are also running around stealing people's entire inventory. They don't even have to see you to do this, as long as they're within the general radius of the player.
Why are you running?
And because the Pip-Boy is technically an item in your inventory, say goodbye to that too. Luckily, thanks to another glitch, the game checks if you have a Pip-Boy every time you log onto a server, so join a new server and you'll be alright. It takes Bethesda around a week to address this, and when they do fix it, hundreds of people have lost everything. Victims are given two options: roll back their progress to before the muggings, or meet up with someone from Bethesda in a private world who will hand all your stuff back to you. But despite the improvements in the game, problems are surfacing outside of it. As part of the Collector's Edition, they'd promised a canvas bag, quite clearly labelled here. But on launch day, horror for collectors as they unboxed their editions, and it was nowhere to be found. Instead, a cheap nylon bag in its place. After suggesting a canvas shortage and then denying replacements, they backtrack again and hand out a form for people to fill out a replacement. This goes through very smoothly, with no issues. However, this is not the only underwhelming merchandise. September 2019. It's been around a year since release, and after countless bug fixes, Fallout 76 is in okay shape, and now the game and its mishaps are largely forgotten. But the Collector's Edition wasn't finished. It would spring up one more time in the media. This time it was the helmets. They were accumulating dangerous levels of mold. If you were the lucky owner of one of the collectible Nuka-Cola versions, turns out the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission considers them a severe health risk for anyone with one in the household. they're recalled and refunded. Bethesda's reputation was already slipping before the events of 76, but Fallout 76 was a major tipping point. Gamers were angry. They were rising up. So angry, these gamers made numerous angry YouTube videos and forum posts, most of which attained a ton of upvotes from other angry gamers. Things were getting serious. Bethesda thought it best not to respond to the horror that was the launch of this game, and return to the shadows. And Todd and the boys lay low, go off the grid. Before launch, you could often find Pete Hines, Vice President of Bethesda Softworks and Head of Marketing and PR on Twitter, answering curious fans' questions about the game. Afterwards, nothing. Complete radio silence. But after a while, the game is improving. The roadmap that initially launched for the game is taking shape, and the expansions are actually decent. They'd even added actual NPCs. Wow. Todd had even apologized.
Fallout 76 had a lot of difficulties at launch, and we got a lot of well-deserved criticism.
To the optimistic, it looked like things at Bethesda had in fact begun to change. Their trail of greed, incompetence, outright refusal to listen to what their fan base wanted was just a brief nightmare. A small bump in the road. Finished. Unfortunately, Todd had other plans. They'd said Fallout 76 would never be paid to win. Microtransactions would be cosmetic only. So when they released repair kits to the Atomic Shop in early 2019, fans are confused. Todd had lied, but he wasn't finished. In 2020, the promised private servers arrive, and they're paywalled behind Fallout 76's new subscription service. Fallout First. Private servers, unlimited storage for scrap, monthly ATA, exclusive cosmetics, and a tenth. All for just $13 a month. More expensive than Netflix at the time. Oh good. Fallout 76 is trending on Twitter again. A ton of angry forum posts are cropping up. People are not happy. Also, they forgot to reserve the actual Fallout First domain name, and someone on 4chan managed to get there first. Of course, this service was not without issues. The private servers turned out to use recycled multiplayer worlds that had evidence of recent activity from other players, such as dead enemies, looted areas, and so on. The infinite stash was gobbling up people's scrap, which they could no longer find. Yeah, once again, things were not smooth. It's now 2020, and up at corporate, movement. See, back in 2007, a private equity firm called Providence had bought around 300 million ZeniMax shares, and then some more in 2010. They're presumed to hold around 30 to 40% of the stock. What followed was a shopping spree. ZeniMax uses this money to buy Tango Gameworks, id, and Arcane, and rumour is, by 2016, their little investment has paid off quite nicely, and Providence is looking to lock in some profits and sell. However, at this point, ZeniMax are only valued at $2.5 billion. That was embarrassing. We can do better, boys. And so, a plan is hatched. Instead of sticking to huge, intermittent, high-quality releases every few years, let's consider the quarterly cash flows. How about a few mobile games, price tags on mods, egregiously priced cosmetics, and then the masterpiece that was Fallout 76. There. Now, on paper, the company looks great. Just forget about everything else. And the plan works perfectly. Microsoft's Phil Spencer marches straight into their office, and on September 21st, 2020, they announced the acquisition of ZeniMax Media for $7.5 billion. And on the 9th of March 2021, the deal goes through. Xbox now has 23 game studios, and the prime cut of the meat, Todd Howard and the boys. Morrowind was a generational leap, effectively laying the foundation for the modern open world game and setting the blueprint for all following Bethesda titles. Todd was the visionary behind it, but with little competition, a horrific engine, and a complete dismissal of fan feedback. Innovation turned to safe, stagnant, and outdated and repetitive releases. And by 2021, It was clear. The Bethesda we once knew was no longer. It's him. How did he find it? Todd leans in gently, hair combed to perfection, his frosty eyes glistening. A faint aroma of jasmine and manuka honey radiates from you. You stand strong and firm. You've fallen for this before. There's nothing he could say, but then you feel this touch. The hairs on your neck shoot up as he leans in, the manuka now hot in your nostrils, and he whispers in your ear once more. Todd's next game was coming out next year, and you'd just pre-ordered it. Also, don't forget to download War Thunder using the links below. New and returning PC and console players get a massive bonus pack including an exclusive vehicle decorator, 100,000 silver lions, 7 days of premium, and a ton more using the links below.
Submit! As much as I'd love to kill you, Doriani and I need your help.
Fools! Did you not hear the code phrase?
Is it really you?
Silly. Doriani himself? You seem sane enough. The spirit of assemble yourselves. The time has come.
As you wish, Master Thaumaturge.
Let us meet back in King's March. The Quachik shall join our...
Did you know that leapers really hate fire? I'll demonstrate on our leaper boy here in just a second, but first I want to explain what we're doing today. I'm breaking down all of the weaknesses that each of the arc has, and I'm not talking about weak spots. I'm talking about weaknesses to certain grenades or specific strategies. For example, this leaper behind me really doesn't like fire. The Rocketeer also has a pretty interesting weakness, so does the Bastion and Bombardier, which we'll get in later on in this video. I'll kind of miss out some of the arc, obviously, because the Snitch, the Pop, the Fireball, the Tick, they're all pretty easy to take down, but I will cover some interesting strategies for the Wasp and the Hornet too, in case you need those. So let's start with our leaper boy. Yeah, he really doesn't like fire. I mean, who does? Check this out. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Now, just to showcase that it's not a fluke, we did it. I mean, who does? Check this out. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Now, just to showcase that it's not a fluke, we did it on another leaper, and this time it went down even quicker. In fact, if he stands in the fire too long, he kind of just doesn't know what to do and falls on the ground and gives up, you know? I've heard of stop, drop, and roll before, but I haven't heard of stop, drop in the flames and die, but apparently that's what leapers like to do. So yeah, fire is a really good way to take out leapers. Just bring some fireball burners or the blaze rods and you're gonna be sorted. Now, what about the Rocketeer? Well, grab a Hornet driver or a showstopper grenade, throw it at the Rocketeer. It will be stunned temporarily. You've now got 10 seconds to get on top of the Rocketeer and ride it into the sunset. And as you're flying through the air, you'll get some nice hits on its thrusters. Okay, maybe not that second part, but the showstopper or the Hornet driver is really effective at bringing the Rocketeer down out of the sky, which gives you a nice chance at shooting its thrusters. The Rocketeer will be disabled for 10 seconds, so keep that in mind. Now, trying to get one of these grenades to actually hit the Rocketeer is the challenging part, and sometimes it can go pretty wrong. And in experimenting to find out what the Rocketeer's easiest strategies are, I did die a few times. So if you really need to deal with a Rocketeer quickly and quietly, this is the way to do it. You're going to need to be like Kobe and hit those nades really effectively. Kobe doesn't throw grenades, but you get the point. And eventually, yeah, you're going to have a nice time. But if you miss those grenades, you've wasted them, firstly. And secondly, the Rocketeer's not going to be very happy at you. The best strategy for the Rocketeer, then, is to bring in the big guns. The Wolfpack and one Hullcracker shot is enough to take it down. Quick, clean, and quiet. Obviously, not everyone's going to be running around with the Wolfpack and the Hullcracker, so yeah, I mean, a couple Wolfpacks would do the job, or just a lot of Pharaoh shots. You're just going to have to focus on these thrusters and whittle it down bit by bit over time. Right, now we move on to the Bombardier. Now, you might already know that there's a weak spot on the back of the Bombardier and the Bastion, so if you can get close enough before it's aggroed on you, just throw a few snap hook grenades, or trigger nades if you have them. Whatever's nice and sticky will take it down. You need to really get this point here. If it's a grenade that bounces off, it's not going to do so well. But this is a really effective way of taking the Bombardier down really, really quickly. This works better on the Bombardier because you have more of a chance to get up nice and close to it before it fires its missiles at you. With the Bastion, it's a little trickier because when you're fighting the Bastion, if you get a bit too close and it catches you, you're going to have a horrible time. Now, there is another strategy we can use with both the Bastion and the Bombardier if you don't have the right nades for it, and it's actually quite a lot simpler than you'd first think. First, you're going to need to find a nice spot to aggro it to, so you want to be in a building or somewhere where you can peek in and out of cover. If you keep damaging the knees, eventually they will explode, and during this explosion, they'll actually be temporarily disabled. At this point, take whatever weapon else that you have and just lay in as many bullets as you can during this time, because they're not going to shoot you during this moment. So you got a really nice kind of window of opportunity to do as much damage as humanly possible. And you can rinse and repeat with this strategy, and they do come down fairly quickly. All right, now let's create a scenario. What if there was a leaper and a rocketeer? Or maybe a leaper and a bombardier? How are you going to deal with both of them at the same time? Well, how about you bring in a lawnade and throw the lawnade on the leaper, and then the bombardier will...
This will be a war for the very soul of Reklast. I can imagine no greater battle, no greater cause. If we are to die, we will die well. For glory.
So this is King's March. Oh, quite the marvel. And Dannick's Forge. Oh, what I wouldn't give us. We're ready and waiting. Right behind. Stick to the cairns.
It has been thousands of years since I've... Reklast has finally united the way I always hoped it would.
I've been working on a strategy.
That's good. For once, I don't think blasting my way...
Win or lose, you're about to weave a glorious Make sure you come back in one piece.
Oh, trust me, I'm sure you'll hear...
Survive. Here is the gear I've got. Already? Survive.
What can I do? How? What are you interested in? Pleasure done.
With our forces united, we set sail from King's March and head for Oriath. But as we approached, the unthinkable took place. We were too late. My worst fears have come to pass. The world is consumed by madness once more. Our last hope for refuge is the ziggurats of Utzal. Perhaps Doriana's preparations will shield us while we plan our next move. It appears Doriane truly does have a plan for every contingency.
I am Solin. I will assist you in any way I can, for Doriani has ordered me to do so. Conversation beyond that is not What do you need? Go then.
Hello, Outlander. I spent my life studying you in our archives. I can't believe I get to meet one of you in the flesh. This will be an interesting time. We did not have access to the trial in the Quachik Vault. We entreated the favor of Chaos several times over the centuries, but they were not interested. There were very few possibilities in the vault. All of us were dedicated and disciplined to our cause, so there was no infighting. No dramatic turns. Boring to... We did not. We entreated the favor of Chaos several times over. There were very few. All of us were dedicated and disciplined to our cause. Boring to watch, I imagine. I am intrigued by Alva's existence. We were sent to the vault to act as a failsafe for the Baal, should they be wiped out. Her bloodline proves that at least some of us survived on the outside. Perhaps, despite all of Master Doriani's efforts, the best plan was simply to have faith and let the spirit of our people win through. First generation sealed in the Quachik Vault passed up. I never thought you were real. Truly, this is a time of wonder. We thought you were a curse and to plague us, but you may be our salvation instead. In the vault, we had our duties, and little else. I bet they contained highly detailed information about Grey-classed plant life, animal life, and surface cultures. I thought I knew everything, but knowing is nothing next to seeing. As I understand it, the Val they were surrounded by savage cultures that without us, modern life must by wiping that all away. The cataclysm may have been a blessing in disguise. The Maraket were not so bad, according to our tomes. They were militaristic and headstrong. Criminals were tattooed and cast out for a time. The intention was good, but the implementation... I should have been using all that blood. In Quachik, We used everything we possibly could. A few tomes describe the Carwi as rabbit, deceased. I don't know if I believe that though. When a noble woman fell in love with a card, she described them as a culture of poetic warriors. A biased source, clearly, but a strong note of dissension among the...
It's not time to kill them all. Yet.
Welcome. I've never read anything about these Etzomites. The system of runes you describe is also, to be quite honest, and I am not your fool.
Okay.
Thrartus is now home to a culture of exiles from the Eternal Empire. I've never heard of this Eternal Empire. They sound like upstarts who took advantage. In our era, Thrartus was inhabited by scattered tribes that originally came from the... They found the slightly warmer climate to their liking. But they were described as quite intoxicated.
That's Mary.
They were already in their mountains when the first Val was born from Shivak was remade. They will likely still be out there. Even now, Trovolt. Oria. A derivative of the original name for the island, the Golden Gulf. They split off from the Asmeri during a difficult time there was a time of famine, fire, or so they say. The only god I've ever seen, supposedly, is lying over there doing nothing to aid us. The histories are confusing when it comes to the culture. I believe you're asking about Otsasa, Owl, Putembo. These names over the years, I've spent a few of our excess newborns trying to scry for dreams about them. So far, I've seen nothing useful. This is what we have available.
Which isn't much. It's okay. Oh, I like the shape of this spear. Ah.
Carry on.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you quite.
Trust me, I'm not thrilled.
I've been quite busy studying that blood mad, if I'm honest. I'm quite amazed. In any case, well, it's a good thing we resolved our differences when we did. Without Toriani, we'd have died out there. Let's just say I now understand why Val ruins look the way they do. Care to take a chance? Not.
No.
Hello again. I mean, that is to say, my husband's told me all about you. You're the local that caused such a... I'm Gwenin, his luckier half, and his more exhausted half. Let's put you to work then, shall we? When you've been on a quest as long as I have, sometimes I get the whole gang back together for it. Mostly, it's just... Yet another cat. What happened this time? You didn't reach your... When exactly did it happen? The ship... Tell me everything. I'll memorize every detail for posterity. And I'll have Alva write it down. Her pluckiness really gets on a person's nerves, or so I assume that it would. He and the children are why, and I'll never give up, even if it all seems hopeless. The relics of our ancestors are where they're supposed to be, which is to say, this job... Chaos? Why would you ask me about...
Terrible.
And again.
What a strange woman.
Huh.
Can't do that here. Hello.
Distilling emotions is rather insane, even for me. Do you know anything about...
We once excavated. It appeared as if they were teaching their children new knowledge by imbuing emotions in a piece of jewelry. It was a very old ruin and we couldn't identify it, but maybe the distilled energy you found is a remnant of that. If you find a few more, you might be able to...
You're finally awake. That's a small consolation. We have lost so much. The Hooded One used the weapon to keep us alive during the cataclysm. We were too close. It absorbed too much energy and was shattered. I retain only a piece of it. The situation is grim. Rayclast has been devastated and is no longer habitable. Grieving would only be a waste of precious time. We must face reality. We are living the worst possible outcome. But before us is a translocation device, which should allow us to open portals to a wide range of coordinates. With this, we can reclaim the world from the grasp of corruption, so that civilization can one day return to its former... There was some damage, but while you were unconscious, we worked to repair the machine. I believe it will function as these. By placing waystones in the machine, they will help calibrate the journey. The corruption at the destination will respond to both the energies we use. Let us use this malleability to our advantage. Let us... That device was made in a time of minimal sentience, and most of it mad. What you encounter out there can be quite malleable. What we expect to find can shape things. The energies we use... That device was made possible, after all, by a very special patron. They are likely watching us even now. I was told many cryptic things. I was told this was the only way, yet still, I fought to find another path. I believe... Speak. Choose what you need. Go.
Need something smithed? What can I do for you? Already? Farewell.
Yes?
Ahoy! It fills my old heart to know she's... I hope after all this, we've learned enough to find...
Maybe now you can all just...
I look forward to that. Till next time.
It's not time to kill them all. Yet.
ashamed. Somehow, I must live with the madness I felt. We must not let that madness take. The Karui will aid you.
Some lessons are...
Yes. I will. My people stand by me. They see my heart is true.
Perhaps they won't condemn you.
I hope you are right. But now, as promised, you have... Tsukuhama tasked his tribe, my tribe. Our sacred duty kept us in this region, even though we
Chieftain, I must say, it seemed...
All thanks to you. And we tried posting warriors to keep watch over the prison. He'd drive them mad. And throw them... Instead, we allowed his fog to wreak its havoc. Besides, I had no idea Kalguran runes could undo our ancestral binding.
Well,
Yet another...
can't do much about
For untold generations, he slept soundly in that prison. But the deceiver woke from his slumber 20 years ago and has been causing more and the fog, crashing. Even Matsuki, the elder you found, was deceived and led us. But it will be much worse now that the deceiver is free. For Tsukuhama.
Oh, you made us all proud, yes.
Yes, you will be long remembered. The outsider.
I suppose you two...
Well, of course.
Unforgettable.
Hinekora spoke to you?
The Hinekora
It was
tribe.
nothing.
The Mother of Death tells us not what we want to know, but what we... The meaning of her prophecies will...
The Hinekora tribe seems to have endless time to sit around. We do not. We live... In any case, I don't want to know how... Talamoana.
Aye.
Good day.
Wakapano.
Good day. Where to? Sad to hear about the Karui settlers. But now there's some hope for future. Seems like you and Ange are already onto it.
Fire its missiles onto the Leaper, so it will do all of the hard work for you. Yeah, Lornades can be used to attack other Ark. They'll fight each other. If you've got two Lornades, maybe you could have a little bit of a battle and make them fight it out. It's pretty awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Now we're moving on to the Wasp and the Hornet. I've left these to the last because, I mean, they're the least threatening. However, after all my hours of play, the one Ark I hate to see the most is the Wasp. Because all of the other ones you can kind of actively avoid. But once the Wasp is on you, it is on you. It's like the honey badger of Ark Raiders. It's just so aggressive despite it being so weak. It doesn't realize how weak and tiny it is, and it will cause you so much pain and suffering. So when I first started playing Ark Raiders, I thought we'd just shoot the wings down, 2 wings are dead, and then it will fly down to the ground and explode. That does work, but when you shoot out one of these wings or the thrusters, it's destabilized and it flies around really unpredictably, but it's still firing at you during this time. It doesn't chill out, you know, it just keeps going. And the problem with this is it becomes even harder to shoot. So the most effective way to deal with the Wasp is to deal with it before it deals with you. If you see it in the area and you feel like it's about to aggro on you, just shoot into its main body. Don't shoot its thrusters. Shoot its main body. It will just take 3 anvil shots to destroy. It doesn't have much arc armor, so any weapon will take it down pretty quickly. You don't have to worry about wobbling it about in the sky. It's just a lot easier. Now, the Hornet. In the past, I would try to shoot the back thrusters, right? The least armored part. It seemed like the easiest thing to do. But that's actually kind of tricky in a lot of situations. One of the better ways to deal with the Hornet, and this works with pretty much most weapons as long as they're not light ammo weapons, is to just shoot down the front plating. It actually goes down a lot quicker than you think. Even with like a Rattler, shoot down the front plating, shoot through the thruster behind the front plating, and then just keep firing the thruster behind that. So you'll take down 2 thrusters on one side of the Hornet, and it will drop down to the ground a lot quicker. I guess the point I wanted to make with this video is there are many different methods you can use to take down the Ark that don't rely on just using your weapons. Especially when it comes to the different gadgets you can get in the game, whether it's the explosives you craft or find, or just the Ark versions, right? Like the Hornet driver, the Wasp driver. These actually work really effectively against the Ark as well. And I'm sure there's going to be many awesome creative ways to take down the Ark more effectively. What about the Queen? Well, I will attempt to solo the Queen and figure out the best strategy possible there. It's probably not going to be very easy though. Thanks for watching. If you want some more tips about how to beat every Ark, there's a video on screen now, alongside some other Ark Raiders tip videos. Cheerio.
It's a Cirilla! Siri!
Siri! Where's the girl?
Where's Siri?
I'm gay.
He's looking for Siri. I need to find Siri. Where is Cirilla? Have you seen Cirilla? Siri! Siri! Where are you, Siri?
Siri, Siri, are you here?
Gay!
We're looking for Siri.
Where's Siri?
Siri disappeared. Siri.
Anything to get Siri back, right?
Actually, I'm a lesbian.
Girl, have you had any more wild dreams about Siri? Has he told you about Siri, Regis?
What if I can't save her?
Well, there's still no sign of Siri.
We know Siri is connected.
I'm a lesbian.
Siri.
Siri. Siri is what we all need. Everyone wants Siri. I do want to save Siri.
Lesbian.
Find Siri. Find Siri.
Want Siri? Siri will be safe.
I need to protect Siri.
Find Siri.
Wait, where's Siri? Siri is still at risk.
Nerderotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million lovers of all things good and dislikers of all things bad, and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that Netflix's The Witcher will go down in the annals of pop culture history as just another epic fantasy adaptation completely destroyed by ego, hubris, modernity, the message, and a clear disdain for the source material. And that was before Season 4 premiered, but now that it is upon us, the only thing keeping this in the zeitgeist of pop culture is people continuing to marvel that this show is still being made, and what a journey it has been to get here. When The Witcher premiered way back in 2019, it was well received by the audience, and there were more than a few outlets and fans saying that The Witcher could be the heir apparent to Game of Thrones. Unfortunately, it was all downhill from there. Henry Cavill, prior to Season 2, in the kindest way possible, tried to warn us that showrunner Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich was going to stray from the source material.
The showrunner has a particular vision for the show and for the characters in the show. The books, certainly the first few, is very much from a Geralt perspective, with the shift of the showrunner's vision where it's an ensemble cast more so than a singular lead, and the perspective is shifted to be almost more of a Cirilla perspective. It's about finding
Welcome to my channel.
Within
S.W.Frost
and
chief
making
viewers
sure
on
that I do
Nijnacom.
everything I can to be as faithful to the source material as possible that I can be within the structure set out for me.
And wouldn't you know it, The Witcher Season 2 strayed from the source material, turning The Witcher into the Yennefer. And unsurprisingly, the ratings and the audience scores went down. And then everybody started calling out everybody, including former X-Men 97 and Witcher writer Bo DeMeo calling out Hissrich and her team for openly mocking the source material in the writer's room. Hissrich calling out Henry Cavill, Andrei Sapkowski, the creator and writer of The Witcher, calling out Lauren Hissrich.
Maybe I gave them some ideas, but they never listened. They never listened.
Where Hissrich and her team took time off from bastardizing the lore of the book so they could pervert the lore of the game. And this can't be undersold, turning the leader of the Wild Hunt, the very formidable Aridin, into a sad gay man. After that, Season 3 came out, and there was another dramatic loss in viewership. And it's at this point the show was essentially dead. But Hollywood, being no stranger to reanimating the corpse of a franchise only to defile it, carried on and announced poor Liam Hemsworth would be the replacement for Henry Cavill, and I hope he got a lot of money. Then things went quiet for a good long while until just over a month before the release of Season 4, Netflix decided to drop a clip and a trailer. Both were ratioed into oblivion. But it doesn't end there, because every single promotional post on every social media platform was essentially ratioed into oblivion. And then they made the worst mistake possible, actually releasing the show. And let's just say the response hasn't been spectacular. If you go over to Rotten Tomatoes, it's got a 60% from the corporate critics, largely padded by sites you've never heard of. But if you go over to the top critics, it's at 33%, and Metacritic has it at about a 60. And there's the audience scores, which is currently sitting at 20% on Rotten Tomatoes, 1.8 on Metacritic, and IMDb is averaging about a 4 out of 10. And yes, The Witcher is getting its worst reviews ever outside of Blood Origin. Liam Hemsworth is so cautiously not awful, all while being not good either, as Geralt of Rivia, that he's basically invisible in The Witcher Season 4. Someone forgot to CG The Witcher into his scenes in post. Liam Hemsworth isn't the problem with The Witcher's 4th season. The Netflix fantasy epic continues its downward spiral with a bloated and mostly boring new chapter. The Witcher Season 4 review. Liam Hemsworth is as charismatic as a bollard in a wig. The Witcher Season 4 review. Look how Netflix massacred my boy. The first season of the fantasy series without Henry Cavill is dragged down by the Hemsworth in the room. Now, I have to agree with some of the corporate critics that Liam Hemsworth is not the primary problem with The Witcher Season 4. No, the responsibility of that lays at the feet of one woman. The aforementioned Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich, who has finally gotten everything she wanted, complete control of an epic fantasy series on Netflix without the shackles of Henry Cavill. And how did it turn out? Well, about as bad as you would expect. It's time to talk about The Witcher Season 4. And they waste no time getting to the cringe because they start with a double recap, including an over 2-minute previously on where they do not show Henry Cavill's face, and The Witcher doesn't utter a line of dialogue. To be fair, it kind of fits because he's barely in his own show. And then they follow that up with just over 8 minutes of reshot scenes from previous seasons with Liam Hemsworth, including the beach off with Vilgefortz. And it plays out like a parody. Think Austin Powers with Tom Cruise, except not played for laughs, yet just as funny. And I'm guessing most viewers needed this because most people dipped out at Season 2, and I'm also guessing that after this 8 minutes, most people dipped out. And just in case you didn't think that was the show displaying how self-aware they were, they go full meta and transition to an old man who was the guy who played the Blackfish from Game of Thrones, telling a story about The Witcher, but then a young girl comes in and tells him he's doing it wrong and tells the story better, and then convinces herself with this picture of a girl with no face that she is a central part of the story.
You know Ciri's important to me. The whole saga is. Seeing this, I think that's me.
And this is a great example of how Lauren Hissrich cherry picks things from the books and then completely turns them into fanfic feminist gobbledygook. In the books, Nimue is inspired by the stories she listens to. In the show, she takes over telling the story and tells it better than the man, and it doesn't get more meta than that except for the telling it better part. Am I right, Lauren? Anywho, what is a complete departure from previous seasons, the plot goes something like this. The evil mage Vilgefortz is looking for Ciri. Yennefer is looking for Ciri. Geralt of Rivia is looking for Ciri. Nilfgaardian Emperor Emir, after finding out he has a fake Ciri, is looking for Ciri. And a new character, Leo Barnhart, is looking for Ciri. And now that I think about it, Ciri is looking for Ciri with her pals, the Rats, who are, without question, the most insufferable and annoying characters ever put to screen in a fantasy adaptation in the history of time. Oh, and we will get to them. Season 4 is based, let's just say it, on not the best books in Andrzej Sapkowski's series, Baptism of Fire and Tower of Swallows. Baptism of Fire is particularly bad, but somehow Lauren Hissrich has made it worse. While the book mainly focuses on the titular character, The Witcher, the show focuses on Yennefer, Ciri, and Geralt. So let's start with the least significant of the three, Geralt of Rivia, who is on a journey to find, you guessed it, Ciri, who he believes is in Nilfgaard, and time is running out. So of course he finds time to get distracted once or twice per episode, including saving a woman from therapists.
I'll take the rapists for 200. That's therapists.
And isn't it amazing that this world based on Polish and European folklore that is so diverse isn't when it comes to the therapists? Anyway, on this long, arduous journey where, spoilers, they don't get anywhere near finding Ciri, Geralt and Jaskier get caught by Redanian intelligence. Also, they could have one more scene between Jaskier and his boyfriend, King Radovid, who was a character in the books that Lauren Hissrich aged up from 13 so Jaskier can be gay. And then they broke up. And the rest of the ragtag group Geralt is traveling with are some dwarves, and hey, gotta give credit where credit is due. Props to Netflix for hiring dwarves to play dwarves. Cahir, who's on his redemption arc after kidnapping Ciri, he finally realizes she is the girl who's the key to everything. Geralt originally wants to kill him and lets him go, and then doesn't like him, but then eventually likes him. Milva, who was supposed to look like this in the source material, and yes, the resemblance is uncanny. And then there's Lawrence Fishburne as Regis the Vampire, and again, the likeness to the character in the game is uncanny. And while Lawrence Fishburne is good in everything he does, let's just say his character of Regis leans into the age-old trope of the, I'm not gonna say it.
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
If you do your job well, you will run out of monsters to kill, will you not? Your entire being is dedicated to finding someone who you fear you failed. Whatever you dream, pay attention. Not to the fear, the joy. It will lead you. You've spent a lifetime battling monsters and men. Fear has become a familiar guidepost to you. I sense in you a deeper desire for balance.
We saving the damn world.
And again, while this entire journey is in the books, in this show, it only serves as a side quest that goes nowhere. And instead of doing what a talented writer would do, you know, weaving your character's background in and out of the story as it progresses through.
They are crying out, silent, unmoving, about some danger behind me. I'm fearful, but when I turn, there is nothing there.
Hello, Crunch. Hello. I don't know, what is it? Faint hum beacons.
Through some show and some tell, they stop abruptly in episode 5 of season 4 to give us a character info dump by campfire. And everybody gets to tell their story, including Jaskier's turning into a musical and Regis's ending up being an anime, which arguably is the best part of the show. But it doesn't make it any less jarring. But when we're following Geralt, when it's not being cringe, it's excruciatingly boring. And when we're not getting info dumps, we're getting people sharing their feelings in forests. Geralt and his crew spend an entire episode thinking about crossing a river, then they spend another episode crossing the river, but the worst bit is Geralt sits out an entire episode of his own series. He only fights 3 creatures, and you guessed it, 2 of them are tragically misunderstood women. In the end, he does fight a troll to hold a bridge, but it's also he could be knighted by, admittedly, a girl boss from the books that was perfectly adapted as a girl boss in the show, so he can become Geralt of Rivia. And if it wasn't clear before, it most definitely is now. Lauren Hissrich's least favorite character in her Witcher series is The Witcher. Everyone's gonna say poor Liam Hemsworth, and he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but let's keep in mind that he put himself in this impossible situation that he was never gonna live up to. That being said, he wasn't awful, he was blandly competent. Having no knowledge of the books, he plays it as safe as possible, which actually makes things worse because he has zero presence and zero charisma. He is the Temu Witcher, and it comes off as a parody, and I'm gonna date myself here, but it looks like he stepped out of a I can't believe it's not butter commercial. Since most of you aren't gonna watch this show, I guess the best or worst example of the downgrade from Henry to Liam would be his constantly trying to recapture the meme from season 1. My unsolicited advice for Liam, don't listen to the internet, get that bag, give no fucks, and continue with your himbo Geralt. This brings us to the trope that has been completely played out, particularly in fantasy and sci-fi. The girl who is the key to everything. Some recent examples just off the top of my head. Picard Season 1 had the girl who was the key to everything. Willow had the girl who was the key to everything. The Acolyte had the girls who were the key to everything. And hell, the Rings of Power even made Galadriel the girl who was the key to everything. But there is a key to the girl who was the key to everything, making her likable, something this show fails to do. A good example of the girl who was the key to everything would be Lilu from The Fifth Element. She's engaging, likable, vulnerable, empathetic, tough, determined, everything Ciri isn't. She is essentially just a MacGuffin who always finds herself in a state of being lost. While in the books, it definitely feels like there's more going on. In the show, it just feels like everybody's dropped everything and we're just looking for Ciri for 4 seasons in a row. But what makes Ciri's story in this season orders of magnitude worse is the company she keeps. The rats. In the books, they're supposed to be rascally, flamboyant, yet dangerous, murderous bandits. In the show, they come off as annoying Twitch streamers, or in other words, Twitch streamers, cast by the Netflix HR department. And just like Twitch streamers, they're always stealing other people's stuff and essaying each other. And it's just a joke about the stealing other people's stuff part. I don't care that they react to content. And yes, these are the rats and the epitome of the Netflix adaptation. There is the fat, cowardly white guy named Ass-E, the skinny white guy named
Ah, it isn't much.
Kaylee, who is a therapist, the diverse lesbian tweaker named Reef, Discount Tariel, dumb white elf Gisseler, who thinks he's in charge and is supposed to be in the books, but the real boss is the black lesbian Missile, who was supposed to look like this from the source material. Again, the resemblance is uncanny. Now, Ciri's time with the rats is supposed to be her descent into darkness and her spiritual low point. Instead, we get lesbian Ciri. And to head off and put to bed, for lack of a better term, any it's in the books arguments, because this is another perfect example of, again, for lack of a better term, Lauren Hissrich cherry picking something from a time of content and removing all complexity for the sake of modernity. Therapist Kaylee tries to assault Ciri and is stopped by Missile, who goes on to assault Ciri, who does eventually end up in a relationship with Missile, but it's a lot more like Stockholm Syndrome than anything else. In the show, they make the assault consensual, and we all know the reason why, because there is no way in hell modern Hollywood would depict a diverse member of the alphabet community assaulting anyone, and there's no way in hell anyone from modern Hollywood would depict their relationship as anything other than loving. And that's inherently the problem with casting based on identity. It removes all complexity and makes everything homogeneously diverse. The best part is somebody at Netflix thought it was a good idea to base an entire show on the rats, but later on someone else at Netflix probably thought better of it, and they decided to edit it down into a movie and dropped it along with The Witcher Season 4 without telling anybody, and after watching it, I understand why. But there is some good news. There is a happy ending to this story that we'll get to later, because we still haven't gotten to the main protagonist of the Witcher series, the Yennefer. And her part in this is indicative of everything wrong with this show and modern fantasy. Lauren Hissrich basically took a couple of scenes from the books, completely changed them, then amplified it into the most prominent story in season 4. Why? Because there wasn't quite enough female representation. Are you tired of the term girl boss? Well, hashtag me too. But Hollywood isn't, because this season we get to see General Yennefer of Vengerberg travel the continent to gather her feminist Avengers, including Fringilla, Francesca, Philippa, Margarita, Triss Marigold, and of course their fearless leader, Yennefer of Vengerberg. And yes, I completely agree with you, dear audience member. The resemblances to the characters in the source material are uncanny. Oh, and we can't forget the lesbian dwarf, Zemer. And for all the it's in the books people, well, never mind the fact that in Baptism of Fire, Yennefer never formally joins the Lodge of Sorcerers here. She starts it, names it, and then, despite them being a bunch of sorcerers, has them trained in hand-to-hand combat, with one of my favorite aspects of it, constant affirmation.
We can do anything with charm.
Strike me down for saying so, but not the worst. We might actually pull this off, because you're a leader. And you're a damn fine leader.
And yes, Vesemir is back, and just like Geralt of Rivia, he's played by a completely different actor. And he is there to train the novices and the mages in their hand-to-hand combat, and quite frankly, he does a pretty good job because they pick it up in half a montage scene. And all of this is in preparation for an imminent attack from Vilgefortz, who is after Ciri because everyone else is. And once again, Battle Yennefer and her team of feminist Avengers get the best and most prominent action scene in a series called The Witcher. And this is the episode that Geralt sits out of his own show, all to make way for warrior Yennefer and lesbian Ciri. And the worst part about it is they kill off Vesemir, who's supposed to live all the way to the Wild Hunt. And to add insult to injury, because of course Yennefer wins the battle against Vilgefortz, she portals over to Geralt, tells him, and Liam Hemsworth can't even manage to look distraught. They just kind of breeze past it and get into PG-13 sexy time. Put simply, this show is ass. They waste so much time on Yennefer and her feminist Avengers and lesbian Ciri, and blow past important stuff that might make the world feel a little fuller, like Graham McTavish's Dijkstra, who's great but barely in it, and the same could be said for James Purefoy. Yes, he's actually in this series. And Nilfgaardian Emperor Amir is just an afterthought in this, and a complete idiot. But that's not the biggest waste of all, because there is, surprisingly enough, a really good character in The Witcher Season 4. Sharto Copley's Leo Barnhart. He's the second best in this entire series next to Henry Cavill's Geralt. He's a human bounty hunter who kills witchers, and he's played to perfection. Imagine just an entire series of Henry Cavill's Geralt fighting monsters and Leo Bonhart. I'm in. And he gives us, without question, the most satisfying scene of the entire series when he hunts down and kills all of the rats brutally. Now, in truth, they sought him out and he made them pay for it, and I was cheering. I was applauding. The only problem is I wasn't supposed to be happy when Ciri's black lesbian girlfriend and her fellow Twitch streamers were brutally murdered, but I was. And their heads getting cut off and pickled was just chef's kiss. And that wild hunt they were teasing all through season 3, not a sign of it here, which is just as well, because Vesemir's dead. Most Witcher fans figured this show didn't have a chance in hell without Henry Cavill, and after watching it, they were proven completely right, but there were a lot of unintentional laughs on the way. The Witcher season 4 can be best summed up like this: boring Liam as Geralt on an inane journey with Lawrence Fishburne narrating his every inner thought, lesbian Ciri, the gathering of girl bosses, verbal diarrhea exposition by campfire, more lesbian Ciri, gay Yasker, feelings in forest, more lesbian Ciri, the annoying as fuck rats, more lesbian Ciri, all centered around General Yennefer and her feminist Avengers. And if you think about it, nothing was really accomplished this season, and they only have one more to go, but let's hope that Geralt's in every episode of his own show for its final season, where they're going to have to cram in the events of a couple of books and a game. A season that's already shot and in the can. And the total budget for this show from season 1 to season 5 is almost $250 million. But you gotta give it up for the woman of the hour getting one over on Netflix, getting a lot of money, and destroying yet another fantasy show in the process. And that would be head writer and showrunner Lauren Schmidt-Hissrich, who was handpicked by Netflix partially due to her work with the streamer in the past, and partially, maybe mostly, due to the post-Me Too era virtue signal hiring. That's right, casting a female showrunner of an intellectual property that has a predominantly male audience. Sure, unlike other castings like this, Lauren Hissrich has some writing experience in shows like The West Wing, Private Practice, Parenthood, Power, Daredevil, The Defenders, and The Umbrella Academy. But just because you have some past writing credits with mostly dramas and some superhero fare, doesn't necessarily mean you have the chops to adapt epic fantasy. Just ask Jennifer Hutchinson, who used to write for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and now writes for The Rings of Power. And it's corporate decisions like this, based on ideology and modernity, that have given us this current era of modern fantasy, which should have been a golden age, but instead it's homogeneously diverse. The best example of this, these 4 images, as posted from our good friend John A. Douglas, are from 4 different fantasy shows, including The Witcher. Can you tell the difference? Of course not, but they all have something in common: failing miserably. The Witcher was supposed to be 7 seasons, but it was abruptly cut down to 5 after Henry Cavill left, and Lauren Hissrich is lucky she got that. But she does say, are there more stories? Maybe. Well, actually, there's a lot because you skipped them. But this one has to end at this point. So I think it's a nice time for all of us to step back a little bit. And that probably has a lot to do with the audience stepping back a long time ago. And the Witcher showrunner also addressed the backlash to the show. No one's taking the books away.
Welcome to my
no
channel.
one's taking the video games away. Everyone can have their version of The Witcher. Unfortunately for you, Lauren, it turns out no one wanted your version.
Nerdrotic.com.
Scrolls J.
If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard, I thank you for listening this long. I will see you in the next video.
Joj.
Da.
Nastavit ću da gledam seriju, ne znam, sad na šta mi je dalo nadu, što je rekao da će da poginu oni pacovi. Da budu pobijeni.
Kaže, najbolji karakter, kaže, odglumljen u seriji, kaže, loc na glave koji zapravo treba da bude kao anti-heroj, znaš.
Da, pa...
Ja sjećam u knjizi da je bio neki tako kao anti-heroj. Mislim da se Sirila na kraju bori s njime da ga ono...
Za ovoga, kako se zove, Hemsworth Liama, brate, znači skroz je, brate, upravo.
Kako kaže, bland, nije loš, nije dobar, nevidljiv.
Da su stavili belu periku, brate, na ciglu, to bi bilo ista stvar. Isto bi, znači, imao ono karaktera, brate. Lik je doslovno došao tu da ga slikaju i da kaže, ja sam prisustvovao. Znači, skroz, sinoć gledam i ne znam šta gledam, brate, u jednom momentu sam uzeo telefon i krenuo da igram igrice, brate, i onako kao da povremeno bacam pogled koliko me držala serija. Kao, odgledao sam 2 epizode, rekao, idem spavam, znači, dosta. tuga što uradiš jebote od serije. A jeste, ovaj
Pa
pedalog i ta skladna
dobar intervju sa Sapkovskim, kaže dao sam im nekoliko ideja, ali kao, to izgleda kao bačeno kroz prozor, razumiješ?
Pa to je fazo, pa ne čuješ kao komentare da su ovi kao pisi još kao ismejavali ono kao materijal. Rekao, brate, od vas niko ništa nikad nije napisao, razumeš, ono, i onda ismejavate ostvarenog čoveka.
Ja sam pre 10-15 godina pročitao te knjige, znaš, sve 4 knjige. I uopšte nisu loše, ono, kao slovenska mitologija. Ali ne mogu ni da razumeju to, razumeš. Što kad čitav fokus serije ti jeste, znaš kako je bilo u knjizi. Prve 2 knjige su ti Geraltovi doživljaji, ali svaki za sebe, kao da gledaš X-Files, svaka epizoda za sebe. Od polovine druge knjige počinje da se formira priča, baba od Siri ga zakune valjda u fazonu, zaboravio sam, uradio neku uslugu za...
O nije, to je već u drugoj,
Da, ali u toj drugoj knjizi.
Poslednja želja je prva mač istine ili tako nešto i druga knjiga i tu se to dešava, jel?
Gde je, ne znam, tražio naplatu po starom nekom zakonu, kao prvo ono što kao...
Nešto iznenađenja, tako nešto.
Da, dar iznenađenja. I bukvalno, on je došao na dvor i rekao je kao ne treba mi to dete, kao pazite na njegov fazonu, kao ne bi bila dobar kao veštac ili šta ja znam, kao bolje vi kao da je ono odgajate nego ja, kao moj život je opasan. U tom fazonu. I otišao je. Da bi, ne znam, bilo napadnuta prestonica od strane njenog pravog oca. To je otac. Ako se dobro sećam, to je pravi njen otac, taj je Nilfgaardski car. Ali on je to radio na vrlo suptilan način, razumeš, tako što je majku svoje žene bukvalno kao overtake-io radio. Znači, brutalno, baš brutalno.
Dogovorili su se.
Da, vrlo su se dogovorili. I onda si on u tetoj 4. knjizi imao kako ne znam...
To je bio stvar dogovora.
Pa da, ali bude on u knjizi isto kao side karakter, razumeš, ne vrti se baš sve oko Geralta.
Ali vidi, nije postalo nametnuto, nego samo je priča krenula ti objašnjava druge događaje kao šta se dešava...
I druge karaktere.
Pa da, u drugim karakterima, što vidi, kad pišeš knjigu lepo je napisano i samo si gledao to što si rekao, znači šta se dešava drugim likovima u tom.
Da.
A ne, znaš, ono, bukvalno su ga izbacili, jebote, znaš, ovdje imaš osjećaj da su ga izbacili.
3 put se teleportujem, nikako da uradim što sam teo.
Tako da ne znam, ono, tuga što sam pravili, znači ova serija obećavala i on entuzijazam Henry Cavilla nekako ti baš uneo neku nadu i jebi ga, brate, svaka sezona je bila sve gore i gore.
Ne, pa kako je rekao...
Ali sve likove su morali da useru, čak što kažeš ono i ovog Jaskera, koji je bio, znaš, kao, čisto makice da ti, ono, opusti, brate, posle događaja, razumeš?
Comic relief, to zovu u japanskim.
Da, znaš, ono, kao, bukvalno je bio, znaš, ovdje sad, mislim, niti comic relief, nego eto, treba nam lik peder i ono, bukvalno, on će bude taj lik peder i to je to. A tamo je bio ono nevjerovatan ženskaroš. Ako se dobro sećam, i ovdje se je krenuo kao ženskaroš, valjda.
Tako je krenuo.
U ovom serijalu, ako se dobro sećam. I to je nešto u prvom serijalu stalno bio sa ženama, jurio žene.
How did we get here?
I skoro jedan puta je kao peder, ono. Mislim, znaš, kao ne mogu ni sami da se dogovori šta hoće, ono.
Da.
A jebi ga, šta je ono, ne znam. Krivo mi zato što, znaš, kad se desi tako nešto, znaš kada ćemo da dobijemo sljedeći put neku dobru seriju?
Pa prvo, pa nadam se da Hollywood neće ni da snimi. Zadnju dobru seriju koju sam gledao, koja je bila po stripu rađena je Sweet Home. Koreanci što su napravili. Jesi gledao?
A dobro, to su Koreanci, ono, ali...
Dobro, ali oprosti, molim te.
Mada imate i ovi, da kažeš, imaju dobru industriju. Znaš kako imate, ne moraju ni sve Amerikancima da prodaju, da snimaju.
Ne more, zašto bi to radili? Imaju vrlo specifičan način snimanja i filmova i serije.
Koreanci da, oni su krenuli ono fino radi, pa i Kinezi, Koreanci, nemam pojma tih Azijata, meni...
Jedino su Indici smekotresni, oni imaju mas produkciju I jako je teško naći dobar film među svim tim otpadom. Da ne kažem
ima i
đubretom.
dobrih, ali ima i ono...
Ima dosta đubreta.
Ako ti ne smeta taj indijski fazon, onda znaš kao možeš, ali... Jebi ga, oni se isto dosta bave tim plagijatima. Dosta se bavi, znaš, nešto uspije ovako na zapadu i onda oni tu uzmu preradaju svoj događaj.
Smo li ja i ti gledali parodije filma, onu parodiju na Terminatora, Robocopa i to?
Bo to sam ja davno jebote, znači da.
Ono je.
Ali vidi, toliko je...
Toliko je dobro da je loše.
Toliko su loši da su dobri, ono, jedna od tih stvari. Zaista to bude i komično i smiješno, ali ti filmovi sebe ne shvataju ozbiljno od samog početka, niti su ti
ja mislim da je u tome što se, da.
I onda možeš nekako da se prebaciš na tu frekvenciju i da kažemo da uživaš.
Isključiš mozak.
Pa da.
Isključiš mozak.
Ali ono, kad neko nešto pokušava ti da neku ozbiljnu navodno kao priča, pa to je već ono... To postane problem, ali ne znam.
Okej. Što je ne...
Iskreno, ništa ne očekujem od ove sezone, ali rekao je kao ono, što znam, pogledat ću je... Nemam pojma tačno zašto, ali ja i da.
Što se radi? Čudi me, svi ste probali ovaj Server Slam u, pomozi mi reći, u onom nesretnom Ark Raideru, ali malo vas je kupilo igru. Zapravo, skoro svi su.
Ja nisam ni
Ti nisi ni bio zainteresan za Server Slam.
Pa nemam pojma, Extraction Shooter, još jedan nešto mi to nije...
Nije Extraction Shooter, znaš šta je više? Više kao live service igra gdje imaš PvE jako brutalan i možeš da budeš životinja i...
Ja slušam ovdje, slušam.
Ne.
Gledam Slavko non stop nešto baca one komentare što ljudi napucavaju te PvE igrače da su ono, nisu shvatili point u igre, znaš da su...
Zavisi, znaš kako ti ide, oceniš. U većini slučaja možda oceniš, nije od 10 ljudi koje sretnem, jedan će da bude, razumeš, ono, kao Milan, ono, životinje. Ono, razumeš, da proba s tobom fino i onda kao da ti zabije nož u leđe. Većina ljudi su normalni.
Pa nemam htio da kažem, počekaj, brate, to je PvP, zar nećete da se šibate, ono, znaš?
Nije, to je što to nije PvP igra. Nisi igra pa ne znaš. Nije.
Da, pa ne, ono, zbog toga kažem, ono.
Možeš ti da se šibaš, ali rekao igra nije PvP.
Aha.
Da si probao znao bi.
Pa ne znam ono što ja sam pogledao te neke streamove, gledali se tamo ono brokaju.
A to su streameri.
Aha.
To ti je Vombuz fazon. Ko mi je rekao za Vombusa? Da se popnu na vrh zgrade, sede tamo, pričaju viceve i kad nađe neki nesretnik smaknu ga i kao nešto oni lutuju. I to je gameplay.
Pa ja htio da kažem, brate, to mi zvuči kao ono, taj tip igre.
Ne, pogledaj kad igramo Makić i Kesić. Znači, naiđemo na one velike, one nabuđene robote, one bestijane. Na onoj mapi gdje ima pun kurac robota. Siđemo u podzemni vault da skupljamo zupčanike za upgradeovanje onih crafting stolova. Počeo se bijemo s jednim robotom, naiđe s druge strane druga ekipa, mi disengageujemo i odemo na drugu stranu da lootujemo. Čujemo da se oni biju s robotom i ubi ga oni. I mi sad znaš, don't shoot, oni vide da nas trojica, njih je dvojica, oni prođu pored nas, mi prođemo pored njih, good luck. Svako na svoju stranu. Mi dođemo s druge strane parking, nađemo drugog robota, ubijemo ga, niko ni ne, osim njih dvojice, niko više nismo vidjeli tamo na parkingu. Napunimo pun inventar i pride još. Znači 30 minuta smo pucali, lootovali. I zadnjih 2 minuta krenemo ka izlazu i ubi nas 2 ona raketir robota, one što ispaljiva ne.
To su neki crveni veći, onako.
Jedan je problem, 2 su nemoguće. Nemoguće. Ako nađeš na 2 u 100 metara, gotov si. Jedan možda se ubije. Ako koristiš kaver i ako ne stojiš direkt, I tačno pravi, imaš audio cue kad ispalja raketu, to pokušam Kesiću da objasnim. Imaš svaki put, prvo te lokuje i onda prvo što će ispali raketu čuje se kao zup i samo tap ispali ti raketu, a u te sekunde kad čuješ, navikao sam igrajući RPG igre, razumeš da obraćam pažnje na te stvari, znači uvek dodžujem iza nečega i 90% slučajeva me ne pogodi ništa. Isto tako sam, oni su svi ulagali u atletiku i brzo trčanje i skakanje, ja sam sve pojene ubacio, imaš skill 3.
A to je neki skill 3.
Da, čak i da ne izneseš nikakav loot iz meča, ono što je važno je XP. Ako imaš ako si dobro levelao karaktera, možeš da, recimo ja sam bacio 30 poena na lootovanje i na kvalitet loota i mogu sa free gearom da iznesem, zašto se povećao maksimum kapacitet.
Šta je kvalitet loota, zašto nije predefinisano?
U zavisnosti od zone, doba dana i broja neprijatelja koji čuvaju loot. Ali imaš i lucky looter kao na skill 3, tako se zove. Piše imaš šansu da nađeš dupli loot u svakom kontejneru. I nalazio sam, boga mi, dosta recepata. Nalazio sam u jednom meču, u jednoj od tih kao soba koje su zaključane, koji imaju kao bolji loot. Nalazio sam po 2...
Mi čak ti malo spuno, brate, kako ti imaš veću šansu, mislim...
Hoćeš da ti...
Ne, verujem ti, nego jasno kao malo...
Ne gledaj.
S obzirom da je to multiplayer igra, šta znači sad onda... Ti trebaš da počnem da...
Multiplayer...
Pa dobro, ko?
Da, ali ja se ne grabim to da radim. Kad igram s ekipom, pustim ih da oni to rade.
Čekaj, zašto ako ti imaš najveću šansu?
Zato što igram sa Kesićem, on voli da prvi otvori, misli da će neko nešto da mu ukrade. Ne. Ja imam više luta nego svi oni, znaš. Zato što ja dosta puta igram sam. I sve što mi treba, što je ono, znaš, pikantno za naći, ja odem i sam nađem. A kad igram s njima, uzmem šta god, razumeš.
Znam, to mi je malo glupo, pošto je na tebi zanimljivo da igraš s njima, mislim, koji ti je ono...
Meni je zanimljivo da igram sa timom, razumeš, i da pričamo i da se zezamo, to mi je zanimljivo. A da se ja grabim za loot, ne pada mi na pamet. Razumeš? Bilo je puta kad sam nalazio 2 blueprinta, imaš blueprinte, moraš da ga izneseš iz meča. Kad ga izneseš iz meča, onda možda ga naučiš. Daje ti crafting stvari, koje možda craftaš u bazi. Možda napraviš oružje, možda napraviš attachment, možda napraviš bombu. Našao sam recept za bombu koja ispališ bombu, ona se raspadne u 6 projektila i oni urade ono missile lock. I zalete su najvećeg neprijatelja u okolini. 2 ta mogu da ubiju skoro svakog jačeg neprijatelja od robota. Ja sam našao recept za to.
A igrače?
Ne. Igrači idu okolo i pucaju, razumeš. Imaš retarda. Očigledno idemo nas trojica, ono, ja im uvijek govorim da idemo u 10 metara, ako jedan lutuje da ga dvojice pokrivaju, znaš, da ne bude iznenađenje. I to je vrlo, ono, oprezno i sigurno, razumeš. A imaš ljude koji su nenormalni, recimo, nas trojice idemo zajedno, lik opali metak, pukne shield ovome pored mene, on krene u cover, nas dvojice pucamo po njemu, ovaj utekne. Pa koji kurac je puca u njega? Šta si mislio da će se desiti? Da ćeš da nas pobiješ sve, single shot puškom. Glupi ljudi da zloba oko. A nije ga niko ni vidio, nije niko ni pucao njega, znaš, nego je tako.
Da bi ono safe, ono dok se nije...
Pa ne možete one shotove, razumeš, možda ti odvališ štit. Gluposti. Gde mi je to, workshop, evo ga. Ovo su ti plavi blueprintove koje sam našao i koje sam ja zadržao, a bilo i koje sam dao.
Benčovi ti daju neki, kažeš ono...
Crafting.
Osnovni paket, a ostalo sve nalaziš.
Da, ovo je jako malo, ali recimo ja sam otključao, ovo sam otključao. Heavy gun part, to lootuješ, a ja mogu da ga craftujem. Medium gun parts, također lootuješ, mogu da ga craftujem.
Čekaj, recimo samo jednu stvar, da ima neki trade sa, znači, sad tu imaš team,
uđem u
lobby ili moraš u meč,
uđem u meč, stavim ovo u save pocket, uđem s tobom bilo kime u meč, dam ti, bacim na pod, ti staviš u save pocket i ako pogineš, ovo ti ostaje. Odeš desni klik, lev i naučiš da praviš ovo, na para. I evo sad mogu da ga pravim. Ovo ti je nešto kao
To nego ne znam čega to pitam, ono, da li to on kao u Tarkovu što imaš, ono, kao ne...
A nema, trenutno nema auction house, će li biti, ne znam, nije takav tip igre, možda, ko zna.
Što kažeš ti čak možda i ne treba.
Arc machines destroy, damage dealt to arc enemies raiders. Nemam pojma. Išao sam da tražim Paradise gluposti, ako mi veruješ, znaš.
Ne, ima i toga, šta?
Ima. Imaš kao ono automatski ti skuplja loot, ovaj mali. Pjetuh. Scrappy the Rooster. A kad ga leveluješ, kad mu daješ voćkice i stvačice koje ti traže, ona ti donosi više toga crafting loota. Da ti random junk, a taj random junk može da ti napravi dobre stvari, znaš. Da vidim samo nešto.
Ja sam vidio sam tog roostera, da ga imate, da sam mislio to kao onim mobilnim igrama. Što dobijate na određeno vreme, neke free stvari.
Pa i da je free stvari. Naprimjer, donese ti semenke i onda odeš kod ove ženske, ona ti vjerojatno nešto u fazonu kao ona ima onaj hidrofonik farm. I onda ti ona daje za semenke, ona možda ti daje retke stvari. Nešto je jako skupo, za kompleks gun parts ti treba 60 semenki. I piše ti svaka mapa koja ima modifiere, piše difficulty 4 od 5, piše increase the amount of probes, više robota. Exploding caches. Night raid. Night raid daje bolji loot, nije dostupan. Ništa. Night raid ima. Tražim voćke. Znači tražim voćke za ovoga maloga, kako se zove, nesretnik. Pjetla. Isto tako, ako hoćeš da budeš malo humanitaran, ako nećeš da budeš stoka, ako se ono neutralan si sa drugim igračima i nekoga viš da je solo ili šta ja znam, ubiju ga, dok je u bleed out state-u možeš da priđeš i da mu daš onaj kao defibrilator, kao injekciju. U srce mu zabiješ i kao revivuješ ga. Ali ako imaš, ako nemaš, imaš samo opciju da ga ubiješ, kao pesnicom da ga očineš da ga lišiš muke. Ja sam juče tako naišao na random lika, išli smo malo zajedno, ja se zaletim, roboti me napucaju, ja skočim, onaj roll i kroz prozor. Borba ti je jako slična Remnantu, s tim što si još više mobilniji.
Da, pa vidiš smo kao treći lic standardno, da kažemo.
Da, imaš mnogo više grebova, voltova, mnogo si više mobilniji.
Mada jedino, znaš šta mi deluje? Deluje mi da je borba malo, kako kažemo, klanki. Znaš, ono nešto ko da u Huntu, znaš, da nije toliko to sve sigurno i uslužno, nego, znaš, ono, malkice, pa ne znam da kažem baš usporeno, ali nepouzdano.
Borba? Misliš sa neprijateljima?
Pa ovako, ono, kao i za PvP, sad za PV ne znam, ono, ne deluje mi da su nešto pretjerano brzi i agresivni.
Ko, roboti? Ako imaš 20 minuta vremena, uđi u bilo koji meč, ja ti ne igram kao ti, ja sam kao streamer, ali nisam kao ovi naš popularni streamer, ja sam pada među one nepopularne, dosadne tipove, razumiješ? Iznenadio bi se koliko, sad ću ti reći, naiđeš na čoveka solo u solo meču i ono neutralno si s njim, ono kao don't shoot, ta varijanta. I krenete zajedno. Znam kako izgleda on valjda zna kako izgledam ja. I idemo zajedno. I šanse kad naiđe sljedeći, treći, ako vas dvojica ono se oglasite kao u fazonu don't shoot, sad je već vas dvojica, šanse da te on ne ubije. Treći da ne puca na vas su vrlo velike.
Svi gledaju dva Britanca što igraju taj fazon don't shoot, friend, lik spusti gard i hoće ga upucaju.
A dobro, ali to možeš samo jednom da uradiš tu foru. Provalit će ti ljudi, razumeš si govno.
Pa brate, ono, ne znam kako, s obzirom da svaki put drugi igrači.
Ne, imaš, jeste 300.000 igrača ima, ali razumeš. A na kraju meča možeš da vidiš s kim si bio u rundi. Imaš 2D mapu, pokazuje ti gde si bio, šta si lutovao, gde si uzeo koliko XP-a. Sve te stvari, znaš.
Da, što zvuči loše.
I onda možda vidiš čak i Steam profil čovjeka ko je na Steamu, koga si sreo.
Jel crossplay?
Pa uključen je crossplay, možda bi mogu i da ga isključim, ali neću što.
Ne, pa pitam li ono crossplay igra.
Malo je zeznuto, čini mi se da neki igrači uopšte ne koriste voice chat, znaš.
A, standard.
Dobar deo, da. Koji ozbiljno shvati igru, kod ono kao utvrdniš. Jer... Hello guys, hello. Zdravstvuj, zdravstvuj. Zdravstvuj pa drug. Yes, I'm a player. Dobar dan, srećno. Srećno, Mr. Streamer. Od, si ga čuo? Majka, ovo je neki streamer. Čim priča sam sa sobom. Ma ili streamer ili priča s familijom, ko će ga? Nešto od ta dva. A ja sam došao kaktusi ratažim, ako me veruješ. I nije mi nešto ni pretarano skup loadat. Ovakav loadat mogu da napravim čas posle. I ide me koknu. I kažem ti, sve što lutaš, ako nisi bog zna šta kvalitetno našao stvari, to nema ni veze. Zato što je više se računa XP koji si zaradio u meču. 30. level karaktera, znači da sljedeći put kad igraš sa recimo ekipom, ako uđete u neki magazin, koliko možeš dobrih stvari da nađeš i da poneseš jer si levelovan, možeš da fizički poneseš više, da onih 10 meča što si poginuo dok si skupljao XP, totalno je nebitno, znaš. Gde sam ja? A ja sam ovdje. Ono što sam ja tražio su zupčanici. Treba mi jedan jedini rusted gear. A to možeš naći kad kola otvaraš.
To sam video na chatu, ne znam ko je nešto postavio.
Jučer smo bili u jednom podzemnom voltu. Da ja stavim ovo ovdje. Stavi, ako me koknu, boli me kurac.
Dobro te kokonu.
Ma nekom koku, vojno. Dvomio bi se da imam recimo blueprint, onaj kao plan jeli za craftovanje. I recimo stvar koju sam teo da lučem, na primjer, hoću da nađem zupčanik za crafting station. A mogu u taj save state da stavim, znači blueprint ili taj crafting ingredient. Šta da stavim? Onda sam treba recimo da ponesem u meč bolji kao taj, kako zove, backpack koji ima 2 save slota. I onda imaš više opcija da sačuvaš stvari koje su bolje. Nekad želiš jednu, ne imaš, ali to te košta da napraviš bolji taj rig, kako hoćeš. Ništa dobro. Ovo je tako random loot. Ovo je vrlo nesigurno.
A svaki put ako to mogu da ti lutuju, da ti uzmu ako te roknu.
Pa mogu, ali gledaj. Dosta igrača, ja isto, ide sa freeloadatom. Ti ga ubiješ, dobiješ neko smeće SMG, light ammo, toga ima koliko hoćeš. Dobiješ jednu bombu, nebitno, bomba. 5 običnih zavoja, oni što leče minimum, znači loot je nikakav. Sad ako baš hoćeš da budeš đubre, čekaš do zadnjih par minuta pred kraj meča i onda ubiješ čoveka. U fazonu ko je tu pred kraj, onda ga ubiješ. To ti je ono pametno, razumeš, da radiš PvP. A da ti sad ubiješ čoveka sad na početku meča, na pola meča, neš naći ništa. Dobit ćeš malo XP-a, dobit ćeš 500 XP-a koji si mogao da zaradiš, da si otišao, ne znam, da ubiješ jačeg robota ili da lutuješ neki cash, malo bolje. Kad igraš sa ekipom, Sve što lutuješ ti donosi XP. Sve.
Jel kao u kodu samo prvi iz tima koji lutuje dobije to ili...
Ne. Ako je u pitanju fiksni onaj stash, tipa, kako ti objasnim, sanduk ili tako nešto. Znači nije neprijatelj kog si ubio pa ga lutovo. Igrači kad ih lutuješ, oni su kao persistentni stash. Svi dobiju XP kad ga lutuju, nebitno šta ima. Isto i stashevi. Sad gledao sam neprijatelje kad lutuješ robote. Ako sve lutuješ iz njega, nestane njegov leš i ne dobiješ XP. To bi bilo point ostaviti bar jedan item kod robota da bi dobio kao taj looting XP. Čak i da je prazan stash, dobit ćeš nešto.
Aha, pa to.
Bilo je mečeva od 15 do 20.000, meni je rekao bio blizu 20.000 solo. Solo sam skupio XP.
Dobro, ali ja tu mislim da je više onda pitanje za koje vreme.
Pa ti pogledaj vodiče, sam smisli i pogledaj kako misliš da ne drže, nemam pojma. Evo i kaktus. Evo i kaktus i ne mogu nijedan da lutujem. Blago meni. To ti isto treba za petlu.
A čekaj, petlu isto možda napređuješ pa ono postane bolje do ono stvari ili šta?
Donosi ti više luta između dva meča. Tako radi.
Između mečeva, ja sam mislio da ti to dobiješ, kako se zove?
Ne, između mečeva.
Ono, na vreme, znaš.
Otpadu. Eto, 500 XP sam dobio što sam... Dovoljno je bilo samo da tapnem na inventar od robota i da samo zatvorim inventar i dobijem 200 XP svejedno. Ovo sve je ostalo ovako više. Ovdje su kaktusi ili šta god. Dobro, tu je izlaz. Ješ ovo neko već gledao, tamo zatvoriš inventar, 20 XP. Isto tako moj kum kad lutuje, on se hipnotiše, znaš. On gleda u sanduk i pojobi ga, razumeš da može. Ja mu kažem, kume molim te...
Oču mi da kumara to igra, nešto mi on nije delovo na te igre igrač.
Ja mu kupio. A znaš zašto sam mu kupio? Malo kvaran razlog.
Ne, misliš što kako kvaran razlog, ja mu te još ga ono...
Sad ću ti objasniti zašto. Zato što Milan Beka nema novca da kupi igru, niti hoće da potroši... Slušaj me, ja sam vrlo stažan da pričam. Rekao 5 € rekao je da neće da da za igru. I sad bi on možda i igrao malo ovo, ali jebi ga, znaš, lova. Isto tako kažu Lord vas, ja ne znam, nisam pričao s njima na kanalu, čuo sam da je okolišao, pa je pitao, ne znam, Slavko kakva igra. Pa je pitao Tomisa, a dobra je, jeli ovo ono? Pa ja bi igrao, a koliko košta? I znaš, sve okolo naokolo, ali nikako da otvori novčanik, i onda smo ga malo ispozivali. Ali nismo toliko kao, ti nisi bio pratio prepisku na kanalu. Ja sam pravio anketu kao da se skupi pare za Milana da mu se...
Glasao sam anketi.
Po euro ili po pola, zavisi. To mi se kaže ne damo ni kune. Jedne. Ne evro ni kaže ni kunu jednu ne da, zato što je zato što fleksa, znaš, kada on uzme pa slika, ne znam.
Da. To kažem najbogatiji lik na kanalu, ne može priuštiti.
nema ni jedan jedini, ne verujem. Ova sirena znači da neko izlazi.
Ja bih htio da kažem, meni se čini da to mnogo sitna igra za Milana.
Možeš ti da staviš FOV, ono...
Pa to je još gore njemu, jebote, on je praktično jebote slab, kad sam ja pričao s njim, jebote, za onu njegovu dioptriju i rekao čoveče, brate, pa ti si slep, jebote, ti ne vidiš, ono. On, jebote, ne može da vidi dalje od ruke, dužine ruke. Tako da ne znam da bi to baš njemu odgovaralo uopšte. Ne znam ko je rekao da ga je vidio kad igra skroz uđe na 5 cm od monitora.
I'm just killing robots. One rush.
I ostavljaju to, a?
Ne, otišao je, ali imaš vremena. Imam jedan od tih challenge-a da upucam robot. Obično se trudim da idem okolo, ono low key, znaš, da ne pucam ni u koga, samo idem i lučam. Mind my own business. Evo, još neko zove voz. You know, you don't have to leave right now. You get more XP if you stay a bit. But you know, take care.
You do you, friend.
Ne, što? Imam jednu kašikaru. A nema šanse, nema šanse. Pa ovo sam našao bi random, heavy fuse. On je samo off, ima 9,5 minuta. Obično, ne uvek. Obično su ljudi, imaš ljudi koji su laki na obaraču i rekao sam ti ono streamer klasika, razumeš, ono toxic. Ono kao ha, kao jesi vidjeli kako sam gubi te fore. Imaš takve ljude, razumeš, ono. Ali imaš i ono, sasvim ono normalne ljude, razumeš, ono, recimo ti ne pucaš u njega, vučeš oružje, vuče on oružje, ti odeš na svoju stranu. Ako ti neš da pucaš, neću ni ja, razumeš. To ti ono najbolje, ono kao, samo vučeš oružje. I prođeš pored njega. I on vuče oružje, prođe pored tebe i mirna bačka. Thanks for help.
Mogu bi da stavim sebi jednu kafu, zaslužio sam.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks for help.
A joj, šta uradi? Vidim ja nešto mi čudno bre što radim, promišljam nesumisto u šolju ja ga stavljam u džezu i šećer i meso.
Nema municije više. Nema municije za ovoga. To je to.
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Hey, don't shoot!
Natural fist fight. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost cheap viewers on Ninja.com.
Evo. Nas je. Wait, what?
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
I'm calling for elevator. If anybody else wants to exit, well, I guess you can kill me because I don't have any ammo. You might want to hurry up because the train is coming. Get in really fast.
Don't shoot!
O,
Yo. Anybody else outside? Get it fast. Man is about to leave. Get in. I won't shoot anybody. Say something. Okay.
nema što da nema nikog.
Pa nema. Ili se prave misteriozni. Imaš ljude koji su ono misteriozni do zadnje sekunde.
A s obzirom da ima 2 minuta do kraja mape, ja ne vjerujem da će se pravi misteriozan na ovom.
Pa, teoretski može da sačeka da ode ovaj voz, imaš cooldown kratki i onda možda pozdraviš sledeći.
A, tako to ide.
Pa ima i toga.
Ja sam mislio kad iskoristiš izlaz da se onda kao zatvorio, da je to, ne?
Pa nekad se zatvore, ovaj dugo bi ostao otvoren. Evo, 13.000 XP-a, solo.
Ne, kažem, znaš da kao ne možeš više da koristiš ekstrakt više, znači to je to.
Ne, ne ide tako.
Ne ide tako.
Claim. Fali mi bazenčić.
Dobiješ experience za kako si boravio na mapi.
Za sve, da, što duže ostaneš živ. I safe extract i tako to. To šta ponešto.
Dobro već.
Sad, da.
Borise, čujem da si najgori od sve dece da ne znaš da lutuješ.
Nije, ti komare bi trebali da su talit.
Pa ja ga Siman zovem, ali nešto ne javlja se. Nikad bolje mečeve, prekiče se jedno 2 sata, ušao u Blue Gate uveče solo. Samo na ljude. Odmah, puno igrača.
Jesi probao da kažeš don't shoot i onda gubiješ?
Ne, to su meni uradili 2 puta, ja se kao sažalio. Pazi, ušao dole u lift, ti lik stane za stepenici i sada sam zvao lift. Don't shoot, thank you. Super, great. Znaš od koga sad...
We love you long time, jel bilo to, Borise?
Da.
Vidim da nešto mrda ide metak, nema više.
Pa ne znam, od 10 ljudi koje sam sreo, jedan je bio ono, ali taj nije ne odgovorio što je inače fora. Znaš, obično kad neko stvarno neće da puca, odmah te skoka, znaš. Treba da odreaguješ isti sekund.
Evo Ilija, jedan mi don't shoot, thank you, nešto, how are you, nemam pojma, zajedno zvali onaj otvor dole u Blue Gate-u, ušli da i ja da stisnem lift, on skoči na stepenice i izvrši ka me. Drugi, ajde probam isto. Isto don't shoot, stali jedan pored drugog, gledamo okolo i on sa leđa došao krampom me raspizdi. Ali sam stigao da se okrenem, znači odvalio sam ga ferom i onda on ima se neki mali pištolić.
To si rekao, brate, od mene dosta više za to don't shoot.
Da, ali sve što mrda, znači nema više.
Bam, dođe vam ovo.
Znači don't shoot, ja kažem okej i bam, metak. Jedan Rus debil. Ja prilazim, onaj Riders, nešto, kao Riders krovište, nešto tako.
Da.
Ja tu prilazim i on puca na mene, ja ustem 2 puta da se ferom, da ga pogodim i on padne. I ja mu prilazim, on počeo priče u igri. You idiot, why are you shooting me? I opet pucaš na mene. Čaj ti kak se to lipo.
Rus.
Čitam na benchmark forumu, ti kada bude glavna fora, dežuraš kod lifta i čekaš da dođe neko pun luta i onda ga sabiješ, ako imaš sreće i skineš.
O, to je uvek bilo u ultra shooterima, to je uvek bilo.
A ne, pa ne ideš na lift. Nubaro moje. Napraviš sebi ključ ako ćeš da izađeš. Ako ćeš da ideš da lutuješ. Ja juče kad sam igrao sa momcima, kad smo igrali baš ozbiljno nastorici, ja uvek ponesem ključ. Raider hatch. I ideš na Raider hatch, ne ideš na lift.
Glavna fora je, kaže, ljudi se sklone kod lifta i čekaju ko dolazi pun luta da ga...
Ali ne ideš na lift. To je greška, zato ti ubiju. Pa dobro, onda ideš prazan i čekaš ide kod lifta, eto, to je to. To je fora. Pa znam da ne treba da idem u suštini.
Znam sve što ne treba da se radi.
Ništa mi nisi novo rekao, znam da ne treba da idem zato što ste vi zajebani tamo.
Ja to ne radim, nego to ovi radi, tako da sam sad ja poprimio to od njih. Ali ja idem malo, tražim po naprijed, gdje sam pucam, ja idem odim tamo. Vidim, ko je to tamo? Ko diže lani? Kako radi ova drafa, brate, znači ide.
Izgledam zajebano, okej smo.
Čekaj, šta si rekao, novu grafiku si uzao, a?
Uzao sam ovu 90-70.
Polovnu ili novu? Otkud to, ti si isto pričao si imao nešto jako ono pre toga.
Jaka je ova moja 6.9 pixta i dalje, ali ovo je baš dobro. Probao sam Hunt, Ark, Riders, Alan Wake 2 i Vanishes. U Arcima imam 35 frame-ova više, u Huntu mi je tek rezultat jeziv. U Huntu sam sa FSR-om imao u 4K 120 frame-ova, ovdje bez FSR-a imam 140. U Alan Wake imam 40 frame-ova više, ladno. I u Vanishersima isto dosta.
A čekaj, Alan Wake je beš nešto mnogo loše optimizovano, ako se dobro sećam.
Je mnogo loše optimizovano, nego je prezahtjevan, da što grafički izgleda brutalno.
On...
A dobro, ali to nije FPS igra, to je... avantura neka, razumiješ, zašto bi bio zahtjevan uopšte? Bože me sačuvaj.
A ne znam, tako su ga napravili.
Odlično su ga napravili.
Ma loša optimizacija, koliko sam ja čitao sve ono kad je izašao. Ja sam igrao prvog Alan Wake i mnogo mi se dopala igra, međutim dvojku nisam htio ni da pokušam, ono. Skimovao sam kao ono malo priču i po meni, ne znam, to nije ni taj model.
Dobro, zanimljivo je igre.
A sigurno Keca možda?
Keca sam stigao do jednog dela, ali nisam ga prešao, imam ga i dalje instalirano.
Aha. Ja sam Keca ne prešao, Kecku se mnogo dopao, znači baš ono lepo, onako fina priča, znaš nije odredbe top, ali fino te vozi, to mi se dopao, znači ono kako ide priča, napredak, to mi je bilo super.
Ma i ovo je slično, mada jedino ti elementi kada Alan uskače u sred neke scene, on uskače s nekim svojim tripovim noćnoj mori, nemam pojma.
Aha.
Počinje tripu, ajkula.
A to te nije radilo.
Ali Milan što se triputno izglavo.
Zajebao.
Pa sad me
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most of Toledo is asleep, though my suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
Pa kad sam okačio slike, ali jao, pa si lično bio, jezik, kad triputno izglavo. Milan, naš moj Milan. Nema mira, sad će ga jebe.
Loganski stižan, kako kažete, a?
Sad će da ga jebe to...
Pa ček, šta je sad scenarij? Tomica ima bolje, ti imaš bolje, a?
Čekaj?
Sad je scenarij da Tomica ima bolje i ti imaš bolje.
Pa da.
Znaš šta ti fora, Milan ti je ono što kažu cheapskate, znaš. On će da kupi 40-60, pa će on da promeni BIOS, pa će to da radi kao...
Njegove 40-70 Ti je i ova moja 6.9 pixel brže 5.10.
To su obični hakovi BIOS-a gdje se mašina zaglupi, ono kao tripuješ da ima bolje performanse, a to je samo je, razumeš, ono skafovan BIOS.
Ne znam, za vas je meni malo krivo za Milana. Nekako imam osjećaj da dečko to nije zaslužio.
Šta nije zaslužio? Zaslužio je sve što ga snaša.
Vi ste ljubomorni njega i sad ste svi rekli sad ću da dam pare samo da bi zajebao Milana.